Yeah, good morning, everyone. Okay, let me tell you what are going to be the today's topics. We are going to continue after revising with polymorphism, and we are going to enter abstraction also. But before I start, of course, we revise on a daily basis. But even before that, can you tell me today is day 5? Okay, so I'm not asking you about yesterday's assignment. I'm asking you about day 3 assignment, that point 2D array of references. Has everyone completed till day 3? Because you have to keep track of 1 day gap is fine, but more than 1 day gap can kill you. So everyone has completed that. Very good. And like I said, whenever we join your lab session or whenever we join, all done till day 3. Very good, Abhishek. So the point is, make sure that there is not more than, if there is not even a single day gap, best. But even if you can't manage it, at least 1 day gap is max to max you allow yourself. And if you're still stuck, whenever we are doing revision, not now, in the lab session, and whenever we are giving time for you to, complete work, catch any of us and get the doubts solved. So let me start with the revision. Participate here. I know you have been participating, so I don't have to really tell you. So let's start with a quick revision. Why inheritance? What is the need of inheritance? What makes it so special? Anyone wants to tell me? Reusability. Absolutely. So what we can see is it allows you to reduce the duplication and enhances reusability. Right? So that is the main reason we are doing the this inheritance. So when I say inheritance, what is the type of relationship it brings in? There are different type of relationship between the objects. It brings in is a relationship. Everyone knows that. What is the class in a upper hierarchy? It is an inheritance hierarchy. You know that. So what is the class in the upper hierarchy called? Upper level class is super class, which is 100% same as base class, parent class, etc. And the one in the lower hierarchy is called as the subclass. I'm starting in simple terms. So whatever basic most doubt you have, you can always get it resolved here. Next one. So when you go from superclass to subclass, it's a progress. So what is it? Are we going from general features, common features to special features or opposite? Of course, it is generalization towards specialization. Okay. Now, you know that there are various types of inheritance. So tell me first, what are the different types of inheritance? Different types: single, multi-level, and multiple. So the different types are single. Is it supported by Java? Answer is yes. Multi-level is also supported. So these two are supported. And which is the one which is not supported by Java is multiple. Not supported. And the reason is it brings in more problems than it helps. So now today I can tell you, yesterday I could not because we had not talked about method overriding at all. Multiple is not supported to avoid the diamond problem. Okay, so before I go any further, let me tell you what is that so-called diamond problem. So here it is. Okay, it's nothing but a classic ambiguity. I'm not saying those who are coming to me from C++, C++ allows multiple inheritance and solves this problem also, but in a complex manner. Java being simpler than C++, it doesn't even allow multiple inheritance. But in practical world, when you require multiple inheritance, the alternative is given, but in form of interfaces. Okay, so don't worry about that. So problem with multiple inheritance is ambiguity. And since this picture forms the shape of a diamond, it is called as the diamond or ambiguity problem. So focus, forget the names, focus on the issue. So suppose you have got a class a superclass having a method public void show. And see, this is a very basic example, but the point will be clear. It is displaying one. Nothing ambiguous about it. Nothing complex about it. Okay. Can this be extended by multiple subclasses? Of course, yes. So class B and class C are the extending from class A as in a subclass. Everyone gets it. Now, there are two options. These child classes, these subclasses can be happy inheriting the behavior as it is, or they get to, I mean, if they need, they can modify it also. So suppose these subclasses decide to modify the behavior. So what is that modification of the behavior called? Method overriding. Today I will tell you, take you formally to polymorphism, and I will tell you method overloading versus method overriding. All those things will come. But here I am talking about method overriding. Means what? The method declaration is the same. It is the definition of the method which is changing. So here I'm printing SOP, I mean, I'm printing 2, I'm printing 3. Again, just to indicate that the subclasses have modified the existing inherited behavior. Got it? Now, if Java had allowed, okay, if you try to say class D extends B comma C, there is no need to wait till the runtime and all that. Java compiler itself gives you the error. So what is the reason? The reason is whenever you are inheriting the functionality from multiple superclasses, it is completely ambiguous that which form of the functionality. Are you inheriting SOPB? Are you inheriting the functionality from class A? I'm so sorry, class B, class C, or directly class A is totally ambiguous. And to kill this ambiguity, exactly, not, I would rephrase your statement, Vipin. Yeah, which show method to take from? That is which show method, which form of the show method to inherit from. So that is not clear, and that is what is the classic ambiguity problem. So Java resolves it by not allowing it at the compilation level. So I hope you have some idea. So let me just continue. I mean, this is regarding the classes. But when we shift from classes to something called as interfaces, you will see that one class can implement the behavior functionality from multiple interfaces, but that time it won't cause the ambiguity. So just wait for a while. And whenever we enter full abstraction, 100% abstraction in form of interfaces, we'll talk more. So this is the reason, in order to keep Java as simpler form of object-oriented language, it doesn't allow the multiple inheritance. Then we had spent a lot of time in constructor invocation in the inheritance hierarchy. And trust me on this, it is a very famous topic for, asking questions and all that. So we'll just quickly solve it using a flowchart, so that all possible cases I have taken in that. Yes, this for current and super for current. Absolutely, Pallav. So here, let me ask you to refer to this. So what is the title of this slide? Invocation of constructors in the inheritance hierarchy. So now, see, sometimes when we are talking in just English words, things sound complicated. So I would always suggest relate it to the example. So everyone must have seen. I'm not saying whether you have solved the optional assignment. At least you must have looked at it. If not, everyone understands fruit and a mango. What is the relationship between the two? Inheritance. Mango is a fruit. So whenever I'm saying subclass, think of it as a mango. Wait a second. And whenever I'm saying superclass, think of it as a fruit. You will relate to it. Or what was it we were solving? Student and a person, anything. Okay, so start with me. We are in the constructor of a subclass. Okay, so there are two choices, two possibilities. First possibility is you have not added any constructor in the subclass. Not added. Subclass constructor not added by the programmer. Everyone knows for the fact Java compiler provides default argumentless constructor. And what is the first statement in the default argumentless constructor? Is super, a call to superclass constructor. So now there are two. Okay, so I was going to talk in example. So imagine Mango. In Mango class, in any subclass, Mango class maybe, you not supply the constructor. Java compiler will insert one for you. And what it will call? Super means whose constructor it will call? Fruit classes constructor it will call. Now there are two possibilities. Either you have not supplied, I mean there is no default constructor, you will get a JavaC error, compiler error. But if you have got, either you have not supplied any constructor or you have supplied the default argumentless constructor, that particular constructor gets invoked. But what is the sad fact? What is the disadvantage of this flow? Neither fruits members nor mangoes members, neither the employee members nor the manager members or your person or student, they don't get initialized at all. They will be left at default values, which could be all zeros, nulls, or whatever. So even this branch works, it is kind of useless. But if given a code, will it work? Will it compile? 100% yes. Means what? I'll say it for the last time. You have not supplied any constructor in fruit, any constructor in mango. And you have said public class mango extends fruit. Compiler error or no error? Simple question. Answer is no error. And which is the branch we are tracing? Not added by the programmer all the way. Okay. But like I said, it is kind of useless, pointless, because we don't get to initialize anything. So now come to this branch. Imagine that you have added a constructor, parameterized constructor in the subclass. So I'm into subclass constructor. So think of it as mango, think of it as a student, anything. Now, there are two things. You have explicitly not invoked super, or you have not invoked super, or you have invoked super. Okay, so let me trace one branch. So imagine in the mango class constructor, you have not explicitly called superclass constructor. What will Java compiler do? Java compiler says, okay, fine, I can always supply super. So Java compiler will insert a call to super and the same story repeats. If there is a matching constructor, that gets called. Again, the state is not initialized, otherwise compiler error. So which is the branch we should be, which is the most recommended desirable? The last one. What is that last branch? You add a parameterized constructor in a subclass and explicitly call super to call immediate superclasses matching constructor. You might be feeling lost in the words. So in the mango class, what is it you have to call? You wanted to initialize the name of the fruit. So what is it you will call? Super name. So the control will go to the fruit classes constructor and the name of a fruit will get initialized. So exactly. So in most of the cases, whenever you want to initialize the complete state, see the word I'm making, complete state, which includes subclass members and the super classes members. So private, I have given the readme. Have I given it yesterday? I'll just check because I keep sharing a lot of things regarding something. Wait a sec. Yeah. So guys, if you are confused about, see this, I'll just spend a minute on this entire readme. I'll not go through. So do subclasses, this is a favorite question, confusing trick question. Do subclasses inherit private data members from its superclass? Absolutely not. In short, inheritance, accessible via inheritance? Absolutely not. Why? Because once you step outside a particular class, private scope is gone. So this is taken as it is from JLS. See, for every Java version, they come out with two documents, Java language specification and JVM specification. Okay, so this I have taken from JLS, Java language specification. See this, members of a class that are declared private are not inherited by subclass of that. Only the members which are protected or public or maybe default, then they can be inherited. But so this is with the table access specifier. But here, what you mean? See, these are the questions you are grilled in interviews. So you have to lead the interviewer on track. Okay, that is your job. So what do you mean by, you immediately explain, are private members accessible in a subclass? That answer is no. Are you understanding me? But subclass instance, I have shown you subclass object. So when you show the subclass object in the heap, will it contain the private members from the superclass? Answer is 100% yes. Take your example, student and a person. The moment you say, see, I have given the same example. Person has the data members, private, string, first name and a last name. Student extends the person. So it has additional data members, which is graduation year, course and the fees. So all these things are written in clear cut yes or no. So will you be able to access the first name and a last name from the from the student class? Never. Can you access it as super dot first name, super dot last name? Answer is still no. But you know for the fact student is a person. So whenever you are creating the object or the instance of the student class, naturally after the class pointer, the first two slots will be first name, last name, and then there would be additional slots for these additional data members. So I'm not wasting the theory time in reading out the readmes. So definitely go through it. Whenever you come across confusion, and if you don't find a sufficient explanation, talk to me. I can always write more. Okay, so this is what I meant by the constructor invocation and regarding the private members, accessible or not accessible, existing or not existing in a subclass. Are we clear so far? Is everyone clear so far? Like I said, if you are not clear with the explanation, please read. Please read that regarding whatever private members and all, you will be super clear. Now, as you know, super is a keyword in Java. Exactly like somebody already said. This means current class level. Super means super type. Okay. So there are two usages of super keyword. Everyone knows that. One usage is, just now we discussed, to invoke immediate superclasses matching constructor. Compiler does it in a default manner, argumentless manner. You do it in a different manner. So solve. The moment you solve, you understand. So imagine employee has a ID, name, and a salary. Okay. SD. SD means software developer. Software developer has a ID, name, salary, and projects assigned. So can I say software developer SD is an employee? Of course, yes. Everyone knows that. So don't answer anything else. You just tell me the question. Okay, so just tell me, how will you write the constructor? You have a is a. So public class SD, software developer, extends from employee, extends employee. So can you tell me constructor of a SD? Because that will revise everything in a minute instead of talking about it. So let's start. You can decide the scope, public, protected, default, whatever. So suppose say public SD. How many arguments, please? Yes, so absolutely correct. So how many arguments? No, the arguments will be all. Okay, I'm not writing the data types. It wastes time. You can understand. And then if you don't write a super, compiler will insert super. So everyone knows. Yeah, so super. And what is the job of it? You can't access ID, name, salary sitting here. So let superclass initialize its own private state. And then you can come back here and you can say something like, this dot projects aside equal to projects aside. Are we completely clear in constructor invocation? And first usage of super keyword. What is it for? Compiler uses it to invoke the argumentless superclass constructor. We use it to invoke the parameterized form. Nothing more than that. So don't waste too much time on simple things. But is that the only usage? Answer is no. The super keyword can also be used to access super classes accessible members. Example again makes it easy. Okay, so let me just have this. So here there is a method, you know, there is a method show details or show. And in the, I'm not taking toString purposefully, we will discuss the toString separately. And here in the software developer class, you have overridden the show method. So I have a question for you. So this is your overridden. So in software developer class, you have overriding version. See the terms. Overridden is in the superclass. Overriding form is in the subclass. Suppose you have overridden, means simple, modified. You have overridden show method. But now my point is, I need to get, okay? So I'll give you a question. So what I want is, the objective is, in this show method, I'll tell you, I don't want all. I just want to show the salary and projects assigned. Let me just phrase the question and please start with your answers then. So I want to show the salary and projects assigned. I'll repeat. This is your employee. This is your software developer class. You have overridden the show method. Okay. And here, because I don't want to take the same example, and I will also say this, something, wait a second. You have show plus you have got a getters. Which getters you have? You have get ID, get name, get salary. So can you get me the salary and projects assigned in the overriding form? So I'll write it for you. Public void show. Anyone wants to tell me? Let me see what people are saying. Return super, yes. So you can see here, I'm just saying SOP, super dot get salary is what I heard, plus this dot projects assigned. So you can have the space and all that. And I think people are clear. Okay. So this is where you can use it. Now the next question. This revision is all about confirming whether you are there or not. So answer the next question. Here, using this super keyword, is it mandatory or is it optional? Yeah, you are right. Yeah, you are saying return and all. Answer is optional. Very right. Because there is no get salary method. There is no get salary method to confuse you with. So even this will work. Okay. I mean, you know, the brackets and all. So I'm saying this is not a confirmed usage of super. Are you getting me? But if I say now, in this, I'll give you a new objective. Okay. So in the new objective, I want to show, what was that? What all was there? ID. See, because you have to be crystal clear, like what is happening, when to use that super and all that. So now I'm saying, I want to show the ID, name, salary, and projects assigned of a software developer. Anyone wants to tell me how to do that? Exactly, Dipti. Well said. Properly said. So now how do I do this? So here, now I can say super dot, everyone understands it. Super dot, that show method is visible, accessible. I can, by the way, access the data members also. Super dot show. And here you can display the projects assigned. Last question before I go to the next one. Here, using super keyword, mandatory or optional? Still people are saying optional. Some of you are saying optional. Try this out. Just remove this and you will have a classic recursion. Method calling itself. If you say only show, this will call the same method, this dot show. Exactly that. So the method will call itself recursion. So in this case, here it is quite, sorry. Yeah. So it is mandatory to use super keyword. Try like, if you are not sure, if you say only show, which show it will refer to? Software, I mean subclasses show method or superclasses show method? Of course subclasses, this dot show. And we don't want it. We don't want the method calling itself. So in this case, the usage of super keyword is mandatory. So this was regarding super keyword revision. Now, already you know important statement. So when I say subclass is a superclass, software developer is a employee. You got this? And something more. Of course, this is all optional. When I say something more, it can have additional data members. Which is the additional data member? Project assigned. Can it contain additional methods? Of course. So he is completing the projects, or something called as DevOps. So there is something called as continuous integration pipeline. So he's putting those projects on the GitHub and doing some work. So that will be the additional functionality, a software developer specific functionality. And something modified, something modified means you are inheriting certain functionality. You are not happy with the form it exists in, so you are modifying the functionality. So it is modified behavior. What is it called? Polymorphism. Same functionality, same method having multiple forms. One exists in superclass, other exists in a subclass, and that is nothing but your method overriding. So which is the example of this method overriding? Show function, show method. So in the superclasses employee show function, it was just showing the employee specific members. In software developer show method, I wanted to modify it. So this is how, this is what I mean as a simple summary statement of a what? Inheritance and polymorphism. Is the summary clear? Summary statement clear? Next one. Then we had spent lot of time in a toString method. So let us have quick questions and go ahead with today's topic. Otherwise, we take too much time in revision. Okay, when anyone tells you, ask you rather, what is toString? It is the object classes method. What is the speciality about object class? It is the universal. Somebody had used the word cosmic. Yes, of course. It is the universal superclass of all Java classes. So, I just now discussed the hierarchy, employee and software developer. So can anyone tell me where will object sit? Above what? Yeah, Akash. So above what will be the object class? Above software developer or above employee? Of course, above employee. So it is nothing but a multi-level inheritance. Object extended by employee, extended by SD. That will it is. Okay. So now come back on the track. If you see the method declaration, this is your method declaration. But what will your object classes toString will return? It will return a fully qualified class name, @ symbol, and the hex form of a hash code. And what is a hash code? It is the nothing but the address, internal representation of address where your objects are sitting in the heap. So people ask you, if object class is giving it, what is the need? Why you want to override it? So see, overriding is only possible when you are inheriting something and then you modify. So standard question, standard answer. To replace address returning version or hash code returning version by the actual state details of the object. So let me ask you a question. If you don't override the employee class, if you don't override the toString method in the employee class, and if you say system.out.println even, suppose even is the object reference of employee, what will it print? Will it print employee details or will it print the address hash code? Of course, address. So that is where you use the overriding form of the toString method. Okay. So this is what was we discussed in toString. Now, again, I don't know whether everyone has gone through. I'm not solving the complete assignment, optional assignment, but I'll just ask you some questions to get you through. Okay. So this was regarding, or rather this is regarding our optional assignment. So answer this. It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Of course, you will be able to organize it in this. So answer is yes. So now describe. Describe means how will you arrange it? Which will be the superclass and which will be the subclass? Everyone knows it. Pretty basic. Fruit class is extended by your all these fruits. Everyone gets it? Okay. Now, next thing. So I'm literally doing the way I had asked you to do. So suppose you have added, I had asked you this, a common test method in all the classes. So test of a fruit is a common functionality. So suppose you have added this style method. If you have given me the test method which returns the string form, please don't scratch it. Anything, as long as you understand overriding and polymorphism, that is all I wanted. So I had given you certain things. So in the fruit class, you will display SOP, no particular test. Apple, some test, orange and mango, some test. Okay. So now start answering my questions. What will happen? Is everyone clear with the basics? Can everyone understand this? Can everyone relate to it? So how many test methods we have in all? 4. One in the base class having no particular test and the overriding versions in the subclasses. Now join the conversation, join the discussion. So if I do this, when I say what will happen, compile time error, run time error, output, these are the choices. So start. Is there any, will there be any compile time error here? Yes or no is the question being asked. Of course, the answer is no compile time error, no runtime error, nothing. So anyone, now I'll repeat the statements all over again. I hope you have slept over it nicely. Two lines only. Java compiler goes by or resolves the method binding by the type of the reference, and JVM resolves the method binding by, oh sorry, yeah, tell me by the type of the object. Just give me a second, I'll just put it in there. Okay, so Java compiler by reference and JVM by the object. So tell me, so that is the next thing. So here, compiler checks what is the type of the RHS here? Apple. What is the type of the LHS here? Fruit. So will you call this as direct referencing or indirect referencing? D or I? It is an indirect referencing, absolutely. But why still it is allowed? Because it is the part of exactly upcasting and it is the part of the same inheritance hierarchy. So can you say or can compiler say every apple is a fruit? 100% yes. Are we climbing up the hierarchy or climbing down the hierarchy? Of course, climbing up the hierarchy. So upcasting, as you are saying very rightly, is an automatic conversion. It is the automatic promotion, automatic conversion performed by the compiler for us in the world of references. Okay, so this is upcasting, implicit conversion, absolutely, because I don't have to add any cast here. Next one. So this is the example of upcasting. If you are still unclear, please read in yesterday's notes or whatever, I mean help I had given you regarding upcasting or some such thing. Next one. So first tell me what will compiler do, and then we will see what will happen in the runtime. Vishesh, you are saying it is a compile time error here. I think you missed the point. Here in the fruit class also I have got the test method. If there was no test method in the fruit class, then what you are saying is right. Yes, dynamic binding, absolutely. So let me just get you through. So as far as compiler is concerned, think like compiler. Where will you check for test method? Compiler checks it where? In the fruit class. Absolutely correct. And that is the reason I had asked you to add a method. Yes, compiler checks in the fruit. So compiler is fine. But JVM goes by the type of the object. So can anyone tell me what will be the output here? Will the output be no particular test or whatever? Of course, the output is going to be sweet and sour because JVM goes by what? Type of the reference or type of the object? Type of the object. And which is the object it is pointing to? Apple. So this is nothing but your form of polymorphism where which method to call or rather the method to call on which object is decided by the runtime. So absolutely correct. This is nothing but your runtime polymorphism. Or another name industry uses for that is dynamic method dispatch. See the word. I like this word in particular. Both words are equivalent. It tells you that which method or rather which form of the method to send for execution. This decision compiler cannot take because for compiler, this is the same method declaration public void test and also the same method declaration in the subclass. So how can compiler decide? Who takes that decision? Runtime system dynamically. So these are the examples of late binding, dynamic binding, runtime binding, and the whole approach is called as dynamic method dispatch. Next one. Now it is all repeat run. So we'll cover it fast, quickly. Compiler error or no error? Answer is absolutely no error. So here answer is the same, upcasting. But I have a separate question. I keep asking you because you have to be properly trained. When I execute this line, are there any objects marked for garbage collection? If yes, how many? It is there. Answer is 1. This poor apple has been marked for garbage collection because there is no valid reference to it. That was just a side note. Main topic is polymorphism inheritance, but you should always, be always observant. Next one. So this time, compiler checks it in the fruits class to test for the test method, finds it, and what will JVM do is runtime binding, late binding, runtime polymorphism, and what was it? Orange. So you will have the SAR test. And likewise, this is also another object marked for. Your apple is also marked for garbage collection. So is orange. And here, again, this works thanks to the upcasting. Pretty simple, I hope. And the JVM always goes by the type of the object, printing sweeten test. Are we 100% clear so far? Great. And I have not yet formally begun polymorphism. This is like a reverse approach. I mean, you first try out things and then you learn the technical terms. So answer the next question. I'm almost getting your assignments solved. If you have done it, it is a repeat run. Those who have not done it, this will definitely help. So answer this question. If you want to create a basket of fruit, yes, don't just give me array, give me the type of the array also. One question minus minus. Yes, array of references. Which type? Array of fruits. So the answer here is, of course, yes, it is. You can mix up different type of fruits here because they have all common functionality of a fruit. So this will be definitely a fruit array. Everyone get it? So when you think in code, things are sometimes better. So I can say fruit array basket equal to new. And I had asked you to ask the user. So, you have scanner, you have user input and all. So you can always have a scanner.sc.nextend. Everyone gets it? Now, suppose user goes online and, goes to big basket or some such stuff, online sites, and user wants to add a mango or apple or orange to this. So I hope you have created proper switch cases. I'll just take one. So here in case 1, I want to add a mango to my basket. So can you tell me the next line of the code, please? Uh, Guys, can I just have a minute's break? Just a small minute's break. Think of it. I'll just be back in a minute. Give me a minute. I'm so sorry for the interruption. Yeah, so people are writing. Let me just see. Yeah, how will you add the mango? So here, boundary condition is required. Everyone knows that because we are working. I've already got the answers. Very good going, guys. So imagine that there was a counter and all. So first is if counter is less than basket dot length. I looked at some of the code samples, not everyone's. And then you can say, otherwise, else you can give an error message, basket full, capacity over something. And now see this. On the right hand side, what is it we are going to create? A mango. And asked you to give a specific name. So for example, Alfonso, Hapus mango. Suppose this is a special variety of mango or kesar or whatever you are favorite of. So whatever, this can be coming from user by hardcode. So user can give a specific name of a mango he wants to purchase. And now this is a subclass instance created separately on the heap. And where would you like to add it? I already got the answer, so let me not waste your time. Basket of counter plus plus, or you can create it in 2 lines, doesn't matter. Now, tell me, in this line, what is it you are experiencing? What is it which is work? What is it we are using? Is it a upcasting or is it a runtime polymorphism? Anyone? Of course, it is upcasting. Everyone gets it? You are going from mango to a fruit. So this is the application of upcasting. Anytime, guys, you are wanting to mix up different types of fruits in a suitable data structure. Today array, tomorrow it could be a hash map or a set or a list. You can follow the inheritance hierarchy and things work out so well. Okay, so this was one of it. Those who have done it, of course, are responding, but anyone who has not done it, is he or she clear about how to proceed? Is everyone clear? In short, I don't want to differentiate. Is everyone 100% clear? So today you should be able to finish that optional assignment under a half an hour or something. You know, that easy it becomes once you have the clarity. And of course, there will be a else branch and you can give SOP, some error message, basket full. Right? So likewise, you can add other fruits. Now, last thing, if I ask you that display the tests of all the fruits in the basket, how do you go over the array? Either you can use for or even simpler is for each. So anyone wants to tell me how to do it in a for each? Yeah, for each is the easiest because I don't want to modify any array element. Go for each. For each, F in your basket. Yes. Null checking required or not required? Of course required. Because there could be some capacity left in the basket. So, and you will get into null pointer. So if F is not equal to null, and then you can say simply F dot test. So take a small pause. Small pause means discuss because this is where we are finishing the revision part. So at this point, anyone wants to tell me what will Java compiler check and what will JVM do? You all know this. Exactly, Anshuman. Absolutely correct. So what will Java compiler check? It will check for the test method in the fruit class. So in fruit class, is there a test method? Because Java compiler goes by references. But JVM goes by what? Type of the object. So suppose you have this basket structure. You know, you are purchasing fruits. So you got apples, some apples added. Then you got some mangoes added. And then you got some oranges. I'm just having a mixed fruit kind of a thing. And then you have certain nulls left. Are you understanding this? These are some apple type of references, mango type of references, and some oranges, actual objects elsewhere in the heap. So can anyone tell me, for the first 3 iterations, which will be the test, which will be displayed? So let's see what are our apples are, sweet and sour. In short, let me not go to that. Which classes, which method will be called? The apple classes test method will be called. So test method to be called is decided, but on which object to be called, that is decided by the runtime system. Next two, what will be calling it on the mango type of object, and later two, last two will be called on orange type. No worries about null. We are doing the null condition checking. So no null pointer exception. So this is what we had covered till yesterday. Are we? I won't say, I told you, I won't say 100%. 100% if you are clear, I mean more than happy. But at least you are 50% clear. Okay, 100% is too good, like I said, Pallav. But at least if you are clear, you will get further clarity today and I can take you deeper in the topic. Okay, so let's go ahead with formally. I mean, let us enter the polymorphism. This was the approach. I showed you the practical approach. And that is how I generally take. Now let us sit back and understand the terms, virtuals, and all the technical terms. So let me open that. Because this is not the only form of polymorphism. There is a static form also. Anyway, so I'm continuing with the same readme. You can search for, you can just go down and yeah. So you can look for the word in my readme, polymorphism. So what does polymorphism mean? A single method, one functionality, but having changing forms. So multiple or the changing forms is that word poly. Okay. So polymorphic behavior, and polymorphism is typically associated with a behavior, with a functionality, and you will hear polymorphic behavior types. Now, what are the two forms of polymorphism? The whole of yesterday, half of yesterday, I was showing you runtime polymorphism, which is truly object oriented because it is decided by the runtime depending on the type of the object. But is that the only form? Absolutely not. The earlier form, I mean, not earlier, the other form of polymorphism is static compile time polymorphism, and that is called as early binding. See the term, early binding and a late binding. So I'll explain that. But who is going to resolve it? Compiler. So it is called as compile time or static time polymorphism. And how do you achieve it? You achieve it using something called as method overloading. So keep it light and clear and simple. Two forms of polymorphism, compile time, runtime. Currently focus on only compile time polymorphism. Okay, so here, who is going to detect this? That is which form to be sent for the execution. This decision is not taken by the JVM. It is totally taken by the compiler. Okay, so start. What are the rules? So here, I'm not just giving rules, I'm giving you all the points in that. So can overloaded methods be the part of the same class? Answer is yes. Just don't say yes blindly, confirm. So open the Java docs, please. Open API docs should be all ready. And everyone knows what is that? Arrays class. You remember arrays class? Arrays class has got a method toString. I'm just discussing whatever API you know. I'm not saying anything which you don't know. So let me take you to toString. No, I don't want this. Wait a second. I just want it from in the summary man. You can open. In the meantime, please open. Don't go for deep toString. Okay. So take a look at these toString methods. What are they part of? They are part of which class? They are part of your arrays class. So what will you call them? Are they overloaded? Are they what is it you are looking at? Method overloading or method overriding? R or L? For R, method overriding R, method overloading L. Of course, these are overloaded methods. Okay, the later rules I'm giving you in a minute. But can they the part of the same class? You can see that they are the part of the same class. Continue with the next rule. Can they be also in a superclass and a subclass? Answer is yes. In short, a superclass method can be overloaded in a subclass. Both is possible. Now, this is very much important. What are the rules in correct method overloading? The method name has to be same. Otherwise, how will you achieve one functionality and changing forms? So that is given. Same method name. But here, the method signature has to be different. And compiler decides which form of the method to use for execution or to send for execution based upon the signature. So when I say signature, what does it mean? What can be different? The number of arguments can be different. You know, one method is having one integer argument, another can have 10 integer argument, correct overloaded. Or data type of the arguments can differ. One is having integer, one is having double, still overloaded. Or both can be different. Okay, so now, and most importantly, is return type considered in choosing the method? Absolutely not. Return type is totally ignored by the compiler. So on which basis compiler will choose which form to take? Solely, completely based on the signature. I hope you are clear. So suppose you have written a class called as test, and okay, so I'll give her this test overloading or test method overloading, because otherwise you might get confused. Test method overloading. Error or no error? Let me see what you're saying. Of course, I got a, yeah, I got a, this thing. Yes, I got a net glitch. I'll repeat my question. Suppose you have got a class, test method overloading, and these are the two methods you have written. So tell me, are they correctly overloaded or not? Meaning, will there be a compiler error or not? So answer is, they are correctly overloaded, no compiler error. So what is different here? The number of arguments are different. Good enough. Next one, let me bring these three. Compiler error or no error? Exactly. The signature is different. Number of arguments are different. So the what is different here? The type of the argument is different. Are you understanding? One is integer, one is double. So that is also correctly overloaded. If you compare these two, or in general, correct or wrong? No error, all correct. So here, number is also different, type is also different. Are you getting this? But now the last one, check the last one and tell me why there is a Java compiler error here. Because you can see the same signature happening earlier. One is returning void, one is returning integer. Compiler says, I don't care. Compiler doesn't even look at the return types. All it looks at is the signature. So it is a duplicate signature causing ambiguity. If you write this, compiler will throw you out saying ambiguous methods. Are we clear? So yes, exactly. It ignores the return type. Sequence also can be different, Arpit, but that depends on how you are giving the arguments. Okay, so since you asked me a question, I'll ask you a question. I mean, not you, anyone. So this is one. Okay, now imagine another one. Or okay, why don't I write it in the ID? Because in unnecessary it is, and I will type it here faster. So let's start with day 5.1. He's asking me whether the sequence can be same, different, and all that. So let me answer him in a proper manner. And later I will show you I will share with you lot of examples which are really interesting and tricky. But those I will show you after I show you something called as varaks, variable arguments, and something called as, auto boxing and all in Java. Then the things become little more difficult. Okay, I don't want a test. I don't need a, main method also. So just look at it here. You can have something. I'm just writing something. the tone. Everyone understands. Uh, int test string. I did not understand. So wait a second. I'm solving one query at a time. So other additional queries, please, in the labs. So I'm in on a point. So here I have got this. Then I'm writing. Observe, please. Okay, that can be this. And I'm saying I'm changing the sequence here. Okay, the variable names do not matter. So you'll say, so for example, it's doing something else. So are they correctly overloaded? Can you see any compiler error here? Yes or no? Answer is you don't. Everyone understands that. Now, test class, I was going to add it later, but anyway, let me add it right here. And here, let me create a reference. This one, because I did not write them as static methods. Static methods can be overloaded, cannot be overridden. So all those extra stuff will speak differently. So this is it. And then I say t1.add. Tell me, without me taking the cursor to this, why there is a compiler error. I hope everyone is understanding what is going on. Till the time I wrote all this, compiler was happy. But now, the moment I add this, compiler is not happy, unhappy. Yes. So what kind of ambiguity? Ambiguity is in the fact that it doesn't know whether to take the first add version or second add version. Why it is there? Because 10 means it can fit this. Okay. And 20 means, okay, so it can fit here, or it can be promoted automatically to double. You remember automatic promotion widening. So it can be 10.0 also. And likewise, 20 can be considered as int, or it can be automatically promoted. So you have confused the compiler totally. So Arpit, I think here the question was from Arpit. So here, if you just write this, perfect overloading. But it all depends upon how you use it. So this was you just take the cursor here and it will tell you the method add int comma double is ambiguous for the type test one. Are we clear here? What is the kind of ambiguity? Compiler cannot wholeheartedly take this because it is matching here, but this is also matching thanks to the automatic promotion rules. So compiler feels confused. Okay, but if I say, for example, let me say this t1.add. If I say 10.0 and 13, tell me, no, 10 double and all you don't write. You don't need to write. So here, why there is no ambiguity? I'm taking the same point of yours. Here, which one it will match? Will it match the first version or second version, guys? It's so easy. Now there is no ambiguity because double to int is not automatic. So here it matches it perfectly to double. And what happens here is it matches it to double and this is matching to 10. Next one. This is all we have done it in the, what is it called? Primitive types. You know automatic promotion. Tell me, why still no ambiguity or no compiler error? Everyone remembers automatic promotion widening, exactly. So which version it will pick up? It will pick up first version or second version. Of course, the second version again. So this will be widened automatically to a double and this is an integer. Okay. So float can be exactly, Hitendra, right? Well said. But if I say something like this, we are back to, no, Divyam, wait a second. There is a slight different confusion. Divyam, check this. This is a static method. Main is a static method. So can static method directly access the non-static methods? No, I'm answering his question, Divyam's question. So give me a minute. Let me talk to him. Answer is no. Static can access only static. So if I add Divyam, static keyword here, then what you are saying is right. But anytime when you say, I think you realized, I don't have to continue. Okay, so come back to the point. So here, why there is ambiguity? Because when you say, see this, not ambiguity, there is not a matching one. It is not having the matching version at all. So listen to this, different type of problems. What can this be widened to? Double. So which is the starting point? It will start with second version. But now double cannot be narrowed to the integer. So this has no matching method at all, throws you out. So it is not because of ambiguity. I hope everyone is understanding me. It is telling me, yeah, it is not input mismatch at all. It is telling me no matching method. So likewise, what compiler does is, compiler will always try to go for the exact match. And if it doesn't find the exact match, it tries to do the widening and tries to go for it. Last one, and we are out of it. So if I say out B1 equal to 100, I mean byte B1 equal to 100, short S1 equal to something. Okay. Yes, you try this, Kapil. You can come out with 20 different questions. So I am taking some of them. You try the rest of them in the lab. And if you are not sure, definitely ask me. If you do the narrowing, specifically typecasting, then it will go and try to find the exact match. Okay, that way is the answer. Now, so what I'm saying is T1 dot add B1 S1. Answer the last question. Why it is finding it ambiguous? You know the answer already. Exactly. So here, see the read the word. Sometimes it is saying method not found. Sometimes it is saying ambiguity. Error is an error word. So can I say byte, can it be widened into integer? Yes. Can byte be widened into double? Yes. So it doesn't know which one to use, and there is a classic ambiguity issue. But who is making all these decisions? Tell me, who is making the call whether to call this add method or this add method? Everything is decided by the compiler. But is it a changing form of the methods? Very much yes. So what will you call it? Compile time polymorphism or runtime polymorphism? C or R? Of course, compile time. And JVM does not play any role. JVM does not play in the role means compiler has itself decided and everything will be resolved by the signature. But this is not called as 100% object oriented. So I would suggest spend little time on this. We will once again spend more time on this when I show you variable arguments and autoboxing, because things get confusing there, tricky there. But today you spend limited time. But like I said, Kapil was asking me something. So if you have questions, guys, meet me in the labs, try out things, and whatever you don't understand, we will discuss it. I'm going to give you some ready-made code samples to solve. Now let us come to a very important part, okay, which is runtime polymorphism, which you have seen it in practice. Now I'm just going to give you the concept. But before that, today, definitely spend at least 5 minutes in this slide, in this diagram, overloading versus overriding. Okay, it's an important one and it is a favorite question. Okay, so read the title, polymorphism, changing forms of behavior. So don't go for this, first go for this. We are in the static compile time form. So who detects this? Java compiler. Is it early binding, means compile time binding, or is it a runtime binding? Early binding. Early is compile time. And how do we achieve this compile time polymorphism? Using method overloading. So you already know the rules. I'm just summarizing it once again. So can they be existing in the same class? Just now I showed you yes. Can I create it in a inheritance hierarchy? Answer is yes again. I'll show you with example little later. What are the rules? This is very important. Method name same. Return type is totally ignored by the compiler and signature has to be different. And you know the meaning. The number can differ, type can differ, data type can differ, or both can differ. Are there any rules regarding the access specifiers? Answer is absolutely not. I'll show you what I mean. So here, suppose one method is private in scope. What should be the scope of the other overloaded method? Answer is anything. Are you understanding me? So are there any access specifier related rules for overloaded methods? Answer is none. But when I take you to method overriding, you will see tons of rules. You will see loads of rules. So no rules regarding access specifiers. And when I take you tomorrow, sometime, I hope tomorrow, day after, sometime, tomorrow itself, I guess. So exception handling, there are no rules regarding overloaded methods and exceptions. Okay, so keep it light and simple in a different kind of a format. So this we covered one half. Now, before I explain this summary, let me give you more information regarding late binding, runtime polymorphism, and then I'll get you to the slide. So wait a second. So now start with you will say we already know it. You know it only partially. The keywords and the important things I have not yet discussed, at least from my side. So read this. It is now the runtime form of polymorphism. Why it is called late binding? It is going to be decided at the runtime done by the JVM. So this is definitely not early binding technique, and it is also called as dynamic method dispatch, resolved by Java runtime. You can think of it as JVM. JVM is a part of JRE. So read this little slowly. You read it, and I think I don't need to explain. The other word for your runtime polymorphism is dynamic method dispatch. Okay, somebody has a question here right now. No, you are little off tracking, Hitendra. So wait. So wait a second. What you are talking, the answer, one word answer is downcasting, but you are off track. So let me just follow the track. Don't disturb that, please. Here. When you say dynamic method dispatch, it is what is the meaning of it? Which form of the method? To be precise, the method to be called on which type of object is this decision cannot be taken for Java compiler. I'll tell you in a minute why Java compiler cannot take it. It has to be taken by the runtime. So the whole work is called as dynamic method dispatch. How do you achieve this dynamic method dispatch? Method overriding. Okay. So here, when I summarize this, method overriding is the means, is the mechanism for achieving not the compile time polymorphism. For compile time polymorphism, you have what? Overloaded methods. For runtime polymorphism, we have overriding methods. Okay. So this statement will make sense if you know a little bit about C++. But I'm not treating you differently. I'll tell you, those who know very good. In C++, C++ is another object-oriented language. More powerful, more complex also. Coming back. So here in C++, there is a special keyword called as virtual. And unless and until you add the virtual keyword, we add the virtual keyword in what? Superclass or a subclass, base class or a derived class, base class methods, we label it as virtual. And unless and until you have used the virtual keyword, you cannot use method overriding, or you can't achieve. I won't say that. You can't experience the runtime polymorphism. Okay. So I'll just recap for non-C++ programmers. In C++, there is a virtual keyword to enable runtime polymorphism. So now come back to Java. Is there any virtual keyword in Java? Absolutely not. We have JVM, Java Virtual Machine, but there's no virtual keyword. What is the meaning of it? The meaning is all methods which we write in Java are implicitly virtual. Means what? You can achieve polymorphism, you can override them. But there is a catch. So read this twice if required. When I say read this twice, it means it is important. So I can say, or we can say that all Java methods can be overridden. But there is a exception, there is a rule, unless and until, if and only if they are not marked as either private or static or final. So what is it I'm telling you about this is, if your methods are, if your Java method is either I'm saying private or static or final, will you be able to achieve runtime polymorphism via them? Answer is no. So let us check your clarity. Okay. You will say, you did not tell us about final. I know that. We will talk about it today. So can anyone tell me why private methods cannot allow you, or why private methods cannot be overridden? Anyone? Just it is a common guess. Exactly. Private functionality, can it be accessed by the subclass? No. And if you don't inherit something, can you modify? It is like physical analogy I gave you. If you don't inherit a property from your ancestor, can you think of modifying it? It's all laughable. It's all stupid. So private, what you can't see, what you don't see, what you don't inherit, you can't modify. As easy as that. Okay. So that is your private methods cannot be overridden to achieve the polymorphism. Anyone wants to tell me? It is all these are popular questions. So give me a second here. Please read on a daily basis. Don't leave it to a few weeks before technical interview discussions and all. I have given you in writing why static methods cannot be overridden, because it's a popular question. You read it later. Anyone wants to tell me why static methods cannot be overridden? Exactly. Don't say single copy and all. Listen to this. For calling, not related with the memory allocation also. Just give me a chance to say. Tell me, how do you call the static method? Yes, tell me. How do you invoke it? You call it as class name dot method name. Everyone understands it. Everyone knows it. So suppose I have got a static method, call me or whatever, and it is written in a tester class. You will say tester dot call me. Everyone agrees with me? Now, what is this runtime polymorphic behavior? Runtime polymorphic behavior is changing the form depending on the type of the object. So tell me, is there any object reference associated with the static APIs? Answer is no. So how can you override the static methods? You cannot. Okay. So that is another one. And there is a keyword in Java called as final. Final is nothing but a constant. I'll talk about final later. So final methods means they are defined in their full and final form, cannot be overridden. So keep it light and simple. Don't go too deep on the day one. So private, static, final methods cannot be used or cannot be overridden to achieve your runtime polymorphism. Other than that, any method which is neither, all methods are virtual. No, that is a different, sorry, already Ashwini, I answered that question. So I've already shown you the diamond problem. And for simplicity, the answer is, so you're again off track. So if any method is not private, neither private, static or final, 100% it can be overridden and you can achieve the runtime polymorphism. Okay. Now certain terms. When you say superclass form of method, the base class version is called as the overridden form. People use these terms in interviews, so you should know about it. And the subclass version, subclass form is called as the overriding or the modifying form. Okay. Superclass form is the, what is it? Can we overload the main function? Yes. But somebody said yes to him. But the answer is that won't get called. Okay, don't go off track when I'm trying to explain a very important point. Hold on all your questions as always to the end of the day or in the lab or something. Okay, so otherwise you'll miss out something here. So superclass form is overridden, subclass form is overriding. Pretty easy. Now the most important topic comes. What are the rules regarding method overriding? Are they as easy, as simple as overloaded methods? Absolutely not. Here, Java is stricter. So read this carefully. It should have the same method name. We have seen that already. It should contain the same signature. The signature means what? You know, the method arguments. And till JDK 1.5, like C++, like Scala, return type had to be the same. Return type of the superclass version and the subclass had to be the same. But from JDK 1.5 onwards, they have brought in covariance. So what is this covariance? Okay, before I come to the covariance, I hope this part is clear. Read this part. Method name same, signature same, return type same. Pretty easy. In short, the whole declaration is same. Okay. But now from JDK 1.5 onwards, you can also introduce a covariance. Example makes it clearer. And today I'll give you a very not very interesting, but okay, mildly interesting example to solve as a ready-made code sample. So take a look at this particular class. Just spend a minute on it. It's a very easy one. So I have got a class A. I have written a method your get instance, which is returning me a type of reference, some type of reference. Or you know what I will do? Just a second. I will do something better. Or okay, let me not waste. I was going to say fruit and a mango, but let me not change my readmes. So here, what is this method is returning is the object of A. Now, which is the subclass? Class B. So can you tell me what are the legal candidates? What are the legal return types of overriding form? Oh, sorry, I said it in too much hurry. Can you tell me which is the overridden form? This is the overridden function, overridden method, and this is the overriding one. I hope things are clear. So now tell me, what is the legal return type? It can return either A, which is same as super type, or it can also return its subtype. Okay, so this is where you are seeing the covariance. And when I discuss the cloning, shallow copy, deep copy, and all those things in Java, you will see because of this covariance, you get a lot of flexibility. So I was going to say, listen to this. Suppose I'm just asking you verbally, but actual example I'll set up as a ready code sample and I'll ask you in the labs. If the return type of this method is, let's say, fruit, our favorite analogy. I mean, you have solved it, so I can ask you. So can you tell me what are the legal return types of overriding function? You understood my question? If the superclass method is returning fruit type of reference, what are the legal return types of the subclass? Why are you saying only fruit? You should say properly fruit or any of its subtype. Which are the fruits, other fruits? You can think of so many: banana, cherry, apple, or mangoes, oranges, and all. Are you getting it? So that is the meaning of covariance used for flexibility. So let me come to a practical scenario. Answer is clothing, and there I will explain it further. But don't throw it away, throw it out, saying it is a wrong syntax. Covariance is definitely allowed. We are sitting in Java 11, JDK 11. It was introduced long back in JDK 1.5. Now, the next rule. Is there any rule regarding the access specifier? 100% yes. So what is the rule? Overriding. See, all these rules I'm giving, rules to be followed by overriding form of the method in the subclass. So what is a simple rule? The simple rule says the subclass, the overriding form of the method cannot restrict the scope. The scope can be same or wider. So let me see if you understand it. So listen to this. What is the scope of this method? Quickly. What is the access specifier of this method? Scope means access specifier, I mean. What is the access specifier of a superclass method? I think it is hung because it's an easy question. It's default. So can you tell me what all are the valid access specifiers of the subclass method? You can give me in, short form. What are the valid ones? Here, default, somebody said, Upender, default, or it can go wider than default is protected, and the widest scope is public. Are you getting it? But if I make this itself as public, wait a second, this is hung. If I make this itself as public, can you tell me which is the only allowed scope here? Of course, I have to keep the visibility. There's nothing than wider. I mean, nothing wider than public. So of course, you'll have to restrict it to public. So what is the rule? The scope of an overriding form of the method cannot be restricted. Otherwise, somebody's code, the tester code will break. Okay, so they will never allow this. And there is some important rule regarding method overriding and exception handling, which I can't take today because you don't know what is checked exception, what is unchecked exception, and all of that. So when we come to the exception handling topic, I will cover the remaining rule, last rule. So now see, as a summary, all possible things which I said. So now this time, focus on method overriding. So here it is. It is dynamic form of polymorphism, nothing but a late binding. So start answering the questions, please. Can you imagine, or can you add overridden and overriding method in the same class? It's a yes or no question. You understood what I said? I said, can you add overriding and overridden method in the same class? Answer is no. Somebody is saying yes. Think, the method signature is same. So if you add the methods, two methods of the same signature in the same class, what will you get? Compiler error. Compiler will find it ambiguous. So that way, all these are trick questions. Okay. So you can never have the overriding and overridden functions, methods in the same class. They only exist in the inheritance hierarchy. Okay. Now the next one. What is the next one? What are the rules? The overriding form of the method, the subclass version, should have the same name. You'll say you know that. Same signature. See, here we had to have a different signature. Here you have to maintain the same signature. And how about the return type? Return type can be either same or it can be the covariant return type. And what is the covariant return type? Subtype of the supertype form. So keep it simple with one example. If superclass version is returning fruit, the subclass overriding version can either return a fruit or any subclass of fruit, including mango, orange, banana, cherries, whatever. Okay, so with simple examples, you get the clarity. Next one. Were there any rules regarding method overloading and access specifiers? Answer is none. One can be default, one can be private, one can be protected. There it doesn't say any rules. Another question I just thought of. Can you overload? It's a Boolean question. Can you overload? What is it called? Can you overload the static methods? It's a yes or no. Can I do the overloading of static methods? I said overload. Hear me. Of course, yes. Just some time ago, you remember I showed you arrays.toString. What is that arrays.toString? It's a static method. So of course it can be overridden, but private, static, or final methods are not virtual. They cannot be overridden. I'll take a lot of examples. Don't worry. No need to feel confused. So is there any rule regarding access specifier and method overriding? 100% yes. Overriding form of the method cannot narrow down, cannot restrict the access specifier. So let me ask you. I have a question because I have to, test your understanding. While overriding the toString method, everyone knows toString. We were discussing toString all of yesterday. While overriding the toString method, which are the valid access specifiers I can use? Your choices are private, default, protected, or public. Answer is only public. Why? Because object class has already declared it with public scope. So you have to either keep it same or go wider. Nothing wider than public. That is why we were writing it as public strings toString. The last point, are there any exception handling related rules with overloaded methods? None. But are there any specific rule? 100% yes. But if I say new or wider checked exception, nobody means those who know Java will know. But I mean, I'm not making an assumption. So this we will cover. The only last point is remaining, which we will definitely cover when I take you to exception handling, mostly tomorrow. So this is what you should keep in front of you anytime you are thinking in polymorphism, which is compile time also achieved via method overloading, and the other one is what is it called? Method overriding for runtime. So I'll do something and you tell me. So I'll create I'm moving on to a different one. So let me just, I'll keep this commented. You uncomment, and so many of you had, a lot of questions. So try it out and of course ask me in the labs. So let me go and create a tester. I want to ask you something here. Or, okay. And here, let me create a class A just for asking you something very simple. Okay, in is. Okay, so everyone, just now I talked about it. Why there is a compiler error, guys? You know the answer. Access specifier must be public. So what is the rule? The rule is while method overriding, access specifier can be either the same or wider. So of course it is saying public string toString. Okay, but now, sorry, there is another thing. My mistake, sorry. I'm not returning anything also. It was expecting a return as well, but that's not the point. See this, you don't get confused. Still it crypts. And now the error message, if you read, I'll read it aloud. Overrides java.lang.object ka toString and cannot reduce the visibility of the inherited method. So I think people are understanding, cannot restrict the scope. So here I'm back to public. Now watch carefully. I'm doing something here. Tell me, what is it? Okay, I'll ask you a simple question. Is there a compiler error or no error? Answer this quickly. Answer is no compiler error. You can see that. Okay. Now, see, these are the trick questions people ask you a lot to check your clarity on basics. So here what I'm doing is I'm creating an object of A. Why I'm creating object of A, anyone? Because I want to access this method. And is it a static method or a non-static method? Non-static method has to be created via object reference. So aref or, okay, anything. Aref is fine. Equal to new A. I have a point, so please bear with me. And here I say ref dot SOP. Okay, simple enough. See here, a.java has class A, public string toString with string S, and in is toString. So I'm asking you, when I run this, I always like to ask what will be the output because that tells me immediately your clarity. So answer is no compile time error, no runtime error. So can you tell me the output, please? What will be the output here? Hash code version or in ACE toString? I said, will the output will be in ACE toString or the hash code? Let's see. I'm not yet looking at your answer because it has got hung. So hash code version you are saying? So check this. I'm just waiting for that to unhung kind of a thing. Guys, okay, anyway, I don't want to say anything. You check it out. Don't trust me. It is calling a ref equal to this. So why it is? Because obviously there is a mismatch in the argument. So now tell me, yes, please. What is it is doing? What is the output? Hash code version or these are the trick questions I'm telling you. Hash code version or that ACE2 string and whatever. Of course, it is going to be in ACE2 string. So now the final question I'm trying to ask you is, what is it we have created? You have choices. Is it the overriding form of the function? Or is it what? Is it the overloaded version? R for overriding, L for overloading. Yes, it is the method overloading. But actually I wanted to override it. I'll repeat the statements carefully, slowly. What is it we generally want to do is, we want to override the toString. But as a programmer's error, programmer can always make errors, being human and all that. So the point is, so here this is, and I clearly created the overloaded function. And naturally, when I used it, I never got that toString, but it ended up calling the overloaded function. So I want to get rid of such programming mistakes. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? If I make a error, if I make any error in overriding the functionality, it should not be detected at the output, wrong output and all that and confuse the users. It should be detected right at the compiler time. In short, instead of programmer checking the method overriding rule, can I delegate this checking to the compiler? Answer is yes. So before I show you how, answer my simple question. Finding out compiler errors are easier or wrong output runtime errors is easier? Tell me, C or R? Of course, compile time. So enter the world of annotations. So there is something called as Java annotation, which is like in Angular, we have decorators. In Python, we have decorators. So it is also there in other languages. Java calls it as annotation. Okay. So first, as always, I will show you the usage and then I'll make you read the stuff. So any annotation internally is a Java interface. But you still don't know what is Java interface. So that I'll explain later. So what is the beginning of the annotation? At the rate override. I'm so sorry, at the rate. And there are so many annotations you are going to learn. Less of them in core Java, but I'm going to take your web programming in Java fully based on annotations. We have two options there. Either write tons of XML, large XML files, or write simply replace it by annotation. So we will do that. And the name of the annotation here is at the rate override. So don't worry about what is annotation, why and all. I will explain each and every bit. Just observe. Can you see? Can everyone observe now? Is there a compiler error or no error now? XML is a pain. I know that. I feel you. So here. So is it a compile time error? Yes. Because now you have educated the compiler. You have told the compiler that whatever follows, treat it as a method overriding form. So compiler is kept on alert and compiler says, compiler applies all the rules. What are the rules of method overriding? The access specifier, same or wider, fine. Return type, same or subtype, so it is same, so fine. Method name is same. But what about the signature? What should be the signature? Same or different? Has to be same. Compiler finds this error, catches this error early, and throws you out. So that is why I'm saying, even though adding at override annotation is not compulsory, it just, it just recommended. I would 100% suggest add this annotation. It will 100%, what do you say? It will avoid your time wasting of time in checking for runtime errors and the wrong results. So this was the proof of concept. Now read more about it. I'll show you. Please read the stuff and then I'll explain line by line. Whatever you don't understand, I will explain. So here, so read this slowly, this much, and I'll explain. What is annotation? Annotations are nothing but markups. So let me start explaining line by line. From which version annotations are brought in? JDK 1.5. So what is annotation? Annotation is nothing but it is us. No. Wait. I have not even, Saransh, I have not even started. So give me time. And after I say my part of discussion of override annotation is over, I'll ask you again whether you are clear. So just give me two minutes, 5 minutes. So here, JDK 1.5 onwards, annotations are available. But what is annotation? Annotation is nothing but the detailed information, more information, metadata information meant for, is it meant for programmer or Java tools? Answer is it is meant for Java tools. They lie in two different categories, either Java compile time tools or Java runtime tools. So throughout core Java, I'll be showing you compile time annotations largely. You know, those are nothing but the information meant for the compiler, and full enterprise Java, starting from the first one, servlet, till your Spring Boot, everything we will be doing. Somewhere your content say a little bit of XML, so that I can't avoid, but largely we'll be doing it with a annotation. So what is Java annotation? It is just a markup tag. It is just a decorator, like how we have it in Angular or Python, which represents a metadata. I'm trying to keep it simple. So where all you can add the annotation, it can be added at the class level. Above the class declaration, it can come. There are interface level annotations, or there are method level annotations, and you will see you can put it on the fields, you know, instance variables, method arguments, return types. I'm saying something far ahead in time, but when we integrate your front end and a back end using something called as REST API calls, you will see one annotation will do so much, a magical kind of annotation. Okay, so annotations are definitely worth understanding, worth using rather. Coming back, where all they can appear: class level, interface level, method level, field level, later method argument level, return type level, and so many places. So it is just giving some additional information meant for Java tools. And as I was quoting, when we enter enterprise Java, you will have two choices. Either inform Java tools using XML tags, which is pretty lengthy, or those couple of XML tags can be reduced to a single annotation. But I can't talk about it now. Wait for enterprise Java. So what are the couple of core Java? I mean, before we enter web programming, these are the annotations we are going to use in core Java. So today is the beginning. So Saransh, now please focus here because you had asked, not understood. I totally get you. So here, at override, tell me, not him, anyone. Is it a class level annotation? Is it a field level annotation, interface level, or method level? You just use C or I or whatever. It is a method level annotation. Means what? It comes above the method definition. Okay, next one. Will it come in the superclass or in a subclass? Will this come in a superclass or subclass? In a subclass. Above what? Above overridden method or above overriding form? Of course, overriding form. So read it carefully. This is the annotation meant for Java compiler. It is a method level annotation and 100% it appears in the subclass. So is it compulsory to use it? Not really. But is it recommended? 100%. Optional but recommended. So I have taken a different example. Okay. So because seeing the same example is boring. Everyone has understood the fruit and orange analogy. So orange is a subclass extending the fruit. So let me ask you, if I don't add this, will the overriding still work? Will the runtime polymorphism still work? 100% yes. But now the other question, if you mess up means if you make any mistakes in overriding the method, I gave you an example. I purposefully added the argument here in that show method or whatever test method. Compiler never detected because compiler thought of it as the overloaded function. And I don't want overloading. I want overriding. So how to tell compiler whatever follows is the overriding form of the method? Simply add the @override annotation. Now I can talk to you, Saransh, or anyone who is not understood it. If I add @override annotation, and if you make any mistakes if you don't follow the rules of method overriding, what will you get? Your choices are compile time error, runtime error, or the wrong output. Answer that, please. Of course, you will be getting compile time error. Am I clearer now to all of those who are not clear? What is that overriding? Like I said, just give me some time and I will still say people must be confused why she is insisting on this. So here, just give me minutes and I will talk about it. So read this carefully. Whenever you are overriding the method, if you want to lessen your burden, you don't want to stick to you don't want to be like what you say, whether my rules, method overriding rules are correct or not. If you want to inform the compiler that whatever follows is the overriding form, just add one annotation and compiler will understand. But I'm saying, I know I've been talking to so many students over years. People, they don't buy this. They don't buy this means they're saying that, okay, what she is saying is not so important. So please wait for another important method called as equals. Like how then in the object class, there's a toString. Today in the lab exercise, or maybe in the theory session itself, I will show you the equals method. And at that time, 100% of you will agree with me that it is good to use the @override annotation because it reduces your responsibility of checking the method overriding rules. It gives the responsibility to the compiler. So I don't want to waste too much time. Let me come to some other things and even then you will agree with me. So the moment you add @override, it is simple enough. If I don't add it, is compiler treating it as an overriding version or overloaded version? L or R? Overloaded, but which is not what I had intended. I want it detected in the runtime. So just add it and compiler will find the difference. Compiler will shout, compiler will give you the error and you can correct this immediately and go ahead with the rest. Okay. So one of them I just introduced. Whenever we need, you're going to learn a couple of them in your core Java also, such as functional interfaces, which is heart of functional programming, or deprecated, so suppress warnings and all that. At that time I'll discuss. So as a good suggestion, use @override annotation. So rest of the things we have done it. Okay, so now this was the theoretical background of what we did yesterday. So now let me take you ahead in the sequence. So we did all of this. I'm just checking method overriding. Java annotation is done. Okay. So now all we were using till yesterday was it upcasting, downcasting, both or neither? In yesterday's assignment, what was required? Only upcasting. So like how you can climb up the hierarchy in the inheritance one, you can also climb down. Okay. So now Forget about when to use it and all. It is my job to tell you what is the need of it. So the need is here, whenever you want to, somebody was asking me that isn't Hitendra, I guess, if I'm not wrong, that then isn't it the limitation of the parent type of reference and all? So now I'm on the topic. So now I can explain, or now we can go ahead. So we want to execute a subclass specific functionality. So let us not, go theoretical about it. Everyone knows that student is a person and something more. So what is that something more? We had already added the additional data members. So today I'm going to add a new function. Student is the one who typically I'm saying studies, and faculty is a person who typically teaches well. Again, typically. Okay. So this is what I'm going to add. And what is it I'm going to continue? I'm going to copy yesterday's project into another name. So this is what we are going to bring in, another option. So what is that new option? Here, you remember yesterday's options. Register a faculty, register a student, and display all participant details. So I'm adding a new functionality, new option there. Suppose the meeting is ongoing, and the anchor person, coordinator, uh, you know, takes up the seat number. And on that seat number, if first is boundary condition checking, so you will check if the seat number is valid, if there is any person occupying that seat, virtual seat, actual seat, doesn't matter. And if it is a valid seat number within the range, not null, all that. If it is a student, we want to call the student study method. And if it is a faculty as a person, we want to call the teach method. So this is the requirement. This is my requirement. So did you understand what is the objective? Because if the objective is not clear, you will not understand a word. So what is it I want to do? I want to access subclass specific additional functionality. But as yesterday, I'm not going to take you directly to that larger application. Otherwise, people feel little lost. So I will take it in a small example, explain the concept, and then take you to the larger application. So here, first, this I will keep it as a separate one, day 5.1 for testing things. See what I'm doing. These are the tricks I want you to do in order to continue in the fast manner. I think we had written day 4.2. Yeah. So I'm copying, see this. I'm copying day 4.2 into day 5.2. So the rest of the things are the same. I don't have to write it. Control C, Control V. And it is asking me what is the name of the new project. So suppose I give it as 5.2. All these things you don't have to understand really, but I just show that so people are not confused. Now, if anyone is working along with me, accordingly make a copy. And let us remove all the unnecessary stuff. Let us focus on the things. So P1, test static, I don't require because it is already discussed. And in inheritance, I need faculty, person, student. So I hope you have made a copy if you are working along with me. Don't spoil yesterday's code because it's a new concept. Now, in person class, no change. Okay, actually there is a small change. So I'll ask you. Let's see whether you understand. What will happen? Or okay, scratch the question. Can I add at override annotation above this method? It's a Boolean question. Easy to answer. Yes or no? Answer is of course yes. Whose method, which parent class method we are overriding? Object classes version. So let us tell the compiler and start using the annotations right away. Okay, this one. Next one. Now I'll just continue with the whole story. Here, if you say student, can I add at override annotation here? It's just a yes or no. Of course, yes, we are further overriding it here. And can I do the same thing in my faculty class? Answer is yes again. We have written everywhere the overriding form and all. So I think people will understand. Not compulsory, I mean optional, but 100% recommended. So let me save it. Now, let me take you to student. student is a person and something more. So here, let us add, I'm writing lot of comments, additional functionality. So that is the additional functionality. I'm just having, I'll write something and let's see whether you can give me that. Okay. So I'll tell you what I want as the output. You do the job of getting me that output. So I want this output. I want the first name of the student. Okay. So whatever the first name, Rama, Shekhar, whatever I mean, first name of the student studying in whatever the course name. Get me that. You understood what I'm saying? I said, I want the output here SOP. A particular student with this particular first name is studying in this particular course. Anyone wants to answer? How will I get the first name? Simple question, simple answer. Can I access it using super? Super dot first name. Oh my God, then the whole that revision is all wasted. See the thing. Somebody saying super dot and first name. Wait a second. This is hung. Try this out immediately. SOP because I want to display. If I say super dot first name, guys, you get a compiler error. Private members are not accessible. Just recently in the morning I revised. Super dot can only access the visible members. So you know the answer. What is it I have to do? I have to go to my person class and what should I generate? A getter. Are you understanding? So getter for the first name. So you can generate it so easily. Just click on source. Can you see the option here? Generate getters and setters. Click on that. And here, all I need is the get first name. So if you had said get first name, I would have agreed. Somebody had said that, but somebody had said super dot first name. So for them. Okay. So after adding it, answer that. When I say super dot get first name, is this super keyword optional or mandatory? O or M? We did this all as a part of revision. I spent so much time on revision. Of course, it is optional. So when I say get first name, it will first check in the current class. There's nothing there. So it will use the inherited one. So get first name. I'll add append studying in course. And how do I get this course name? Is it available in the same class? Yes. So pretty easy. So course name. Are we completely clear so far? The actual fun yet has to begin. This is very easy. This is like a warm-up. Actual exercise has to begin yet. Next question. What will happen if I add override annotation here? Compile time error or no error? Tell me. Yes, Divyam, you're right. Whatever you said earlier. Answer that. Answer my next question. When I say this, override, will I get a compile time error? 100% yes. Why? Because is it an overriding form of the method or is it an additional functionality? It is the additional functionality. So you can't just add override anywhere and everywhere. Only if it is an overriding form you can add. I think people are clear. So of course, this is a additional functionality. It is not a modification, your own effort. Next one. I'll go fast over this. Here, I'm going to add a additional functionality. And that is the faculty is somebody who trains, who teaches. So keeping it all simple again, public void teach. And what is the output I want? Output I want is her last name should appear. And you can say teaching or teaching course is not here. Okay, teaching in whatever the subject matter expertise courses. So now that is a repeat run. So don't give me shocks. So can I access the last name as super dot last name? Of course not. Last name is private. Okay. So what is it I have to do? Go to this and generate another getter. Okay. So here I'll generate get last name. And generally, typically setters and getters are with public access specifier. I can definitely access it from here. So continue. Same statements. Is super dot get class name required? Is that super optional or mandatory? Totally optional. If you add it, still it will work. But I'm saying it is extra, not required. So get class name, and then I can say training or teaching something. Courses, teaching courses in whatever is her expertise, subject matter expertise. Very, very simple. Oh, have I done it properly? Yes. Same question so that everyone is clear, not just 10 out of you. Can I add? What will happen if I add at override annotation? Compile time error, because this is not an overriding functionality inherited from the superclass. This is the new functionality. So not everywhere you can use. You can use it only in the overriding version. So this was the easy part. This was not so interesting part, but the tester which I'm going to write will be definitely interesting. So let me get rid of all this. I want to write it in a brand new manner. Actually, wait a second. I don't want to, just give me a second. I will remove the rest of it. You don't worry about what I'm deleting. You focus on what I'm coding, what I'm using. I did not want to write this data. So, oh, by the way, that reminds me. Nobody asked me. I had given you a reading homework. So after this topic is done, after the break, please remind me to ask you, when you say println F1, how does it call F1.toString? So we will do it after the break, not in between. I don't want to break the flow. So answer the question, please. Now focus here. If I say here, this is also sufficient. Mute, somebody's mic is unmuted, causing disturbance, please. If I say, listen to this, S1.study, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? What is it? Tell me. Is it a compiler error or no error after adding the semicolon? Answer is no error. Absolutely. This is hung. Why? Because age-old statement. Compiler goes by the type of the reference. So can you tell me what is the type of the reference here? Student. So in which class it is going to look for this? It will look in the student class, finds it. Absolutely great. Next question, very much same. If I say f1.teach, why there is no compiler error? I'm saying compiler error. Runtime anyway will figure it out because compiler goes by the type of the reference. F1's type is faculty, and of course in faculty class there is teach method. Are we totally clear here? Okay, so this is fine. This is good. So now let me make a copy of this. So I'm just taking 2 minutes extra. So I'll show you the problem and we'll solve the problem after the break. That way. So in this case, tell me, I just made a copy. Is this a direct referencing or indirect referencing? Tell me. It is a direct referencing. How about this? Again, it is a direct referencing, meaning type of the reference and type of the object is the same. So there is no upcasting, there is no downcasting. So to keep your focus clear, let me remove it. Let us focus on simple things. So let me just confirm whether the earlier understanding is clear or not. Compiler checks it by the type of it. Everything works fine. And what will JVM call? Whose toString method JVM will call? Your choices are, object, person, student, or faculty. JVM goes by the type of the object. Students is called. Now, if I do this, tell me. Oh, Control Shift O. I've just inherited that. Now tell me why this line works, guys. Quickly, one word answer, upcasting. And this is where you are now enjoying dynamic method dispatch, which is nothing but your runtime polymorphism. So here, where will compiler check for the toString? In which class it will check? Choices are the same. You can say O for object, P for person, S for student, F for faculty. Compiler will check it in what? Person, finds it, agrees it. But what will be the output? Whose toString will be called actually? Answer is student's toString. Confirm this much. This is my basis. So everyone understands it. Now, the real question is the next one. So here if I say, if you're confused about this, I'll reference variable name, I'll change. It doesn't matter any variable name, but sometimes people get confused. Now if I say p dot study. So tell me, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Looking at your answer. Of course, there is going to be compiler error. I hope I have clarified you sufficiently. I've cleared your concept sufficiently. Of course, you are going to get compiler error. This is hung, so I'm just waiting to open the screen. Okay, so after adding the semicolon, 100% compiler error. And what will compiler say? Because that is your proof of concept. Compiler will say, study method is not found in which class? Object class, person class, student class or faculty? Of course, person. So just take the cursor here and I will read it aloud. The method study is undefined for the type person. Are we all confirmed? Are we all satisfied? So here, this is 100% compiler error. Proof of concept that compiler goes by the type of the reference. But now see the problem. The problem is, fine. I mean, the story is, or the situation is, person is the type of reference, agreed. But what is the type of the object it is referring to? Student. So tell me, Boolean question, is student object, student class, does it have a study method or does it not? It has. So at the runtime, everything will be figured out properly. It is just we just have to satisfy the compiler. So what is it we have to tell the compiler? What you think is not correct. P is not actually a person type of object. It is actually a student type of object. Okay, or it is referring to student type of object. But like yesterday, this upcasting, what was that upcasting? Student to person, climbing up the hierarchy. This was done by the compiler automatically. So why my smart compiler cannot go down the hierarchy from person to student? In short, why this downcasting is not done automatically by the compiler? Simple fact of life. Can I say, you just answer, can I say every student is a person? Yes or no? Answer is yes. But can I say every person is a student? Of course not. Are you understanding? Yes or no? I'll say, repeat this again. Every student is a person. So while climbing up the hierarchy, upcasting is normally, I mean, naturally, implicitly done by the compiler. But how can compiler make an assumption that every person is a student? Because person can be an employee, person can be a faculty, person can be something else. So what is it you'll require is explicit downcasting. So which downcasting are we talking about? Which to which? Person, you are climbing down to student. And it is nothing but the same typecasting. So what will be the typecasting here? Person, object, student or faculty? It is student. And here, adjust the brackets correctly. And see this. So people were asking me, isn't it a limitation and all? So I'm covering everything. Just give me time. So now I'll ask you the question. Last question, and I will stop here. You just check whatever I'm asking. What is the type of P here as far as compiler is concerned? Quickly. You can take your short forms. Is it of object type? Is it a whatever? So student or person or faculty? It is of the person type. But now you have informed the compiler what you are thinking is wrong. It is actually what? What is it highlighted type, please? What is the type now you are looked at? Rather given is student. In short, where will your compiler check? Will it check for study method in person class or in student class? P or S? Everyone knows the answer. It is going to search it in the student class, and student class has it. Runtime never had an issue because in the student class object, there is a class pointer pointing to student class, and student class has a study method. So just confirm this and we'll stop here. Of course, this is just the beginning of the topic. So hold on to your questions. I just started on something called as downcasting. So here, you can see that very easily. I'm getting the first name, you know, the getter and all that. And of course, I'm getting the course in which she's studying. So how did we get this? We got it via upcasting and using runtime polymorphism. And this is what we have achieved using downcasting. So just think about it. And then when we meet again, when we resume after the break, we are definitely going to go much deeper. This is just the first look at it. So guys, in practical, yes, I will share the code Kunal right away. So in practice, you do require both. You require upcasting also, and you require downcasting also. But all those interesting questions, when it is required, how do you do that? Are there any pitfalls? Pitfalls means, are there any errors? Are there any problems with that? If there is a problem, is there a solution? All that will continue in the second half. So let me share the code and stop right here. 5.1, I will not, because 5.2 is the one which is main. Okay, I can do both. I'll say, I'll call it as temporary because it's not a final form. So please don't think of it as a final form. Temporary.zip, which has both the projects 5.1 and 5.2. I hope I have saved it. Let me share it with you guys. So you can import it in your workspace and you can code along in the second half if you want. It's waiting. It's hung. Not getting any response here. Okay, finally you have got a response. It's that with the chat messages and all, it becomes extremely slow. You give me a minute. I'm trying to send it. It's not responding. Yeah, finally it responded. So I'm calling it as temp. I'm sending it temp.zip your way. So tell me, have you received it? So we can, I can log off from the session. Got it, guys? Okay. So go through it, and then we will resume after, I mean, around 11. Okay, so welcome back and let us resume. So those who are working along with me can continue, or otherwise, if you want to focus on concept, like I said, you can be there only for, I mean, just understand the concept first, and then you can do it in the lab session. We can do it in the lab session together. So let us resume. What is the last case we had stopped at us? I'll revise that and then we will go ahead. Anshuman, again, ahead of topic questions, I'm not answering because, you know, it confuses others. Wait, I'm not done anything. I've just started broaching the subject. So you'll have to wait. So now tell me, I'm just quickly, what do you say, revising. Everyone knows why this works because simple fact of upcasting. So I'm asking you a question. Why upcasting is a natural automatic conversion implicitly done by the compiler? Because of the hierarchy is a relationship. Exactly. So can we say student is a person all the time? Yes. Compiler understands it using extends keyword and allows it. So at this point, when you have, so listen to the statements I'm making. So what is it here? Okay, before I say make my next statement, here you already told me, is it a direct referencing or indirect referencing? Indirect referencing. So what is happening here? Superclass reference, can it directly refer to subclass object? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. I said superclass type of a reference variable, can it directly refer to? Directly means what? Without any typecasting. Answer is yes. So superclass type of a reference can, all these statements I have made in my readme inheritance and polymorphism as important statements, do go through. Can directly. Directly means without typecasting. Okay. So can directly refer to subclass instance, subclass object. Okay. And now the next statement. Okay, why this happens? This happens because of is a relationship. Upcasting is done automatically by compiler. And now when such a okay, if you are lost in the words person P. So here P is what type of a reference? Person type of a reference. So here person type of reference pointing to student class instance. This is what I meant. I'm sure everyone is following right now. And when such a superclass reference is, which is referring to student class instance, whose method or other JVM will invokes the method on which type of object? Superclass instance or the subclass instance? Of course, the subclass instance. So it will call the method from subclass object, invokes the method on or method using type of the object. Everything you know, I'm just writing it in once again manner, type of the object, and that is nothing but currently a student. Okay, so it will use overriding or overridden. Answer is overriding form. Keep it simple and light. And overriding form exists in which class? Superclass or a subclass? Answer is subclass version is picked up. So this much of the clarity everyone has. But guys, we have a compiler in between to satisfy, and compiler goes by the type of the reference. So if there is a common functionality which exists in a superclass and a subclass, such as toString method. So tell me in a clear-cut manner, if I want to call the toString method, is explicit typecasting, is explicit downcasting required or not required? R or NR? Answer is 100% not required. Why? Because we are calling the common functionality which exists in the superclass, which is person, and which has been overridden in the subclass, which is student. And because compiler goes by the type of referencing, type of reference does not find anything odd. Everyone with me so far? Everyone understood that. So this is fine. But now I'm saying subclass is something which is addition to. Subclasses can add the additional functionality, additional behavior. So if I try to, when I try to rather directly call p.study, we got a compiler error. Tell me why. I can write it once again for you if you want. Of course, you'll get a compiler error. Tell me why compiler doesn't like it. Compiler goes by the type of the reference. P is of the type person, and there is no study method in the person class. Study does not exist in the person. Perfectly said. Well said. 100% clear. So what is it we trying to help? Whom it is we are trying to help? We are trying to help the compiler that don't search Don't look for the study method in the person class. Instead, where is that study method? In the student. So what is it we are doing here? Implicit casting or explicit casting? Explicit, downcasting or upcasting? Of course, downcasting. Why I'm saying it as a downcasting? What is the type of P here? Person. From person, you are climbing down the hierarchy. So can anyone tell me what is the only thing compiler will check here? Again, it will check, is student a person? Yes. So person can be casted down. Person can be typecasted into student. Equivalent to your narrowing conversion in the primitive types. You know, widening conversion, that is equivalent to automatic conversion upcasting. Narrowing conversion, the one which we did for float to long, double to int, etc. This is the downcasting. So this is done. So I'll say in black and white or whatever color. So downcasting is done to satisfy whom? Java compiler, JVM, both or neither? Answer is Java compiler. JVM does not need your help. JVM already figures it out that the person type of a reference is pointing to student object. Its CP, class pointer, is pointing to student class. So it is going to pick up the study version. So it doesn't need your help. Only you require it for satisfying the Java compiler. And as you saw, if you remember the output, earlier output, you can see that it is working absolutely in a perfect manner, in the expected manner. Okay. So now let me take you ahead. Now I'll go a little faster. I just want to check without my help, and I'm sure you will be able to give me the answers without my help. So now let me just give me a second. I don't want to, waste time in writing things. I'm just picking up the faculty details. So answer that, please. Okay. So while same old questions, I told you, you are going to feel bored hearing the same statements. That much of repetitions I'm going to give you. So don't worry. Coming back. Why this works? One word answer. Upcasting. Means what? Can I say faculty is a person? Yes. Is a relationship. Every faculty is a person. No, what do you say? Nothing, no harm done. On the side note, after this line is executed, are there any objects marked for garbage collection? Answer is yes. Which one? The student object. We have reassigned the reference. Everyone understands it. That was just on the side note. Don't waste time there. Don't spend your energy there. Next one. So now when I say, what is that? SOP. P. Compiler works it out because compiler goes by the type of reference, checks for the toString method in the person class, finds it, compiler is happy. But now tell me, what will JVM do? Will JVM call persons, toString method on the person object or the faculty object or the student object? Everyone knows faculty because it goes by the type of the object. So becomes so easy. So faculties toString will be called, and this is nothing but your DMD for dynamic method dispatch is equal to runtime polymorphism. I hope people are 100% clear. Okay, 50%. I was saying 50%. Now I'm going to say, see this. The P is a reference type, but pointing to faculty object. So you remember we have added something in the faculty, which is faculty specific. So which is that method? Teach. So if I say P.teach, after adding the parenthesis and round brackets, compiler error or no error? Of course, compiler error. And same good old statement. Why compiler error? Which is the class in which teach method it will try to find? See this. There is an answer right here. The method teach is undefined for the type person. And what is the reason? Compiler goes by the type of the reference. And you think like compiler. During compilation, stack, heap, method area, nothing is present, right? You have not started the execution of the code. So no memory assignment, no object creation, nothing. So poor compiler can only go by the type of the reference. Okay. So here, naturally compiler error since teach method. Okay. Since Java compiler resolves by type of the reference. So many times I've said this. That is person, and in person class, no teach method. 100% clear? So now, is there any way to satisfy the compiler? Is there any way to educate the compiler? Downcasting. So, of course, you are right. Not this one. Somebody said student. Student doesn't teach typically. I mean, you can, of course, but this scenario. Okay, so here. So, what is the downcasting? What is the typecast I'll require? Faculty. Okay. So, here we do this. Now, answer me. What is the type of P? Still, it is a person. But what is the type of this whole highlighted code? Is it a person or a faculty? A faculty. So in short, where is compiler going to search for teach method? Of course, it is going to search it. You can't read this maybe, but it is going to look it up in the faculty. So the last question, why downcasting is not implicitly done by the compiler? Because I can say faculty is a person, but I cannot say, compiler cannot figure it out whether person is a faculty. Person can be student as well. So this has to be done. So it was earlier. So now use explicit. Explicit means you have to do it. Explicit downcasting. You can say typecasting. But since you are climbing down the hierarchy, what is this example of? Naturally downcasting. So confirm whether it is working. For JVM, see, JVM cannot be, JVM doesn't need your, runtime doesn't need your help. Compiler needs your help. So you are helping the compiler. And no big deal, nothing fancy, nothing like extraordinary. So this is where you are using a person type of a reference. It was anyway pointing to the student object. So you just downcasted person into student and job was done. Now, the person type of a reference we reassigned. See the words I'm using, reassigned to the faculty object. So, when we downcasted it and satisfied the compiler, then your runtime is definitely picking up the correct version of the teach method. There's only one method version in the faculty. It is getting used. So, are we clear so far? I'm not taking any ahead of topic question because I have so many things yet to share. Once I have done from my side, then I'll open it for questions. Okay, so this is done. Now, so this is a good example of, I like to call this as satisfying the compiler. You know, the words I use peculiar words so that, you know, they will stay with you and they will, you know, help you to understand. Now, let me make another copy. So like yesterday's suggestion, please go through these copies in the same sequence and then you solve your assignment or then you reach the whatever. So I've just made a copy. There's nothing yet done. So this whole code is known. Now I'm saying, just observe this. I'll make a small change. Wait a second. So this part is known, well known to everyone. So now I'll do something and I'll ask you a question. Faculty P. After that, if I say teach. Okay. So answer that please. After adding the parenthesis and the semicolon, compiler error or no error? So people are saying compiler error. Wrong you are. You still not got the fact. Compiler is a dumb. Dumb means not totally dumb, partially dumb, I can say. It sees limited things. Compiler, this is what I call to say. This is what I like to say. You are fooling the compiler. I mean, don't use it in interviews and all that. It's our jargon. So fooling the compiler. See this. See, your compiler can be easily fooled. Compiler goes, why it is possible? Compiler goes by the type of the reference. So tell me, what is the type of P here? Person. What is the cast you have done? Faculty. So can person be downcasted to faculty? Tell me, yes or no? 100% yes. So this is fooling the compiler And trust me guys, when you fool the compiler, you have to pay the price in the runtime. So before I make all these statements, you tell me the memory picture. So discuss verbally. I don't want to take a break. I mean, right now do this. So can anyone tell me person type of a reference is actually referring to what type of a object? Student or faculty? Student. Means what? If you see that class pointer CP, what is it pointing to in the method area? Object class, person class, student class, or a faculty class? Student class. That tells you that it is a student type of object. And what is it you are trying to do guys here? You are trying to cast a student type of a object to a faculty. So answer my question. Is student a faculty here? Here means not in the literal words. Is it a faculty? No. So is this casting valid casting, legal casting, or illegal casting? Of course, invalid casting, but unfortunately, this is beyond the compiler. Runtime cannot be fooled. So what is it you expect to see? No compile time error, no output, but a runtime error. And there is a special exception. In Java, for different type of runtime errors, there are different exception classes. Okay, tomorrow we'll do exception handling. That time you'll understand. So there is a class called as class cast exception, which tells you that immediately should tell you that you are doing some illegal wrong casting. And JVM is so kind. It tells you that this cannot be casted into this. So what is it going to tell you? You will see in a minute. Class cast exception, java.lang.classCast exception. And what cannot be cast into what? Student cannot be cast into faculty. So see this on your, in your own manner. So see this, student object creation one all was happening properly, and see the error. So this is the error you have to really understand inside out. Everything you have to understand inside out. Class cast exception. And see, it tells you so clearly. You don't require my help. It tells you, forget the fully qualified name. Student cannot be cast to a faculty. And you also know that. Can you cast an apple to an orange? Yes or no? No. Can you cast a manager to a worker? No. Can you cast a software developer to DevOps engineer? Answer is no again. They are different categories, right? So this is what happens. This is what I call it as fooling the compiler. So see this. See this. Here I use the word we are satisfying the compiler because we did the casting correctly. Means what? Our object was of a faculty type and I did the downcasting for the faculty. Everything fits. No error, no exception, things work smooth. But here, the moment I mess up, the moment I try to do this illegal casting, compiler does not realize it. So when I say fooling the compiler, no JavaC error, but what is it you get is the runtime error. And which is the runtime exception you saw, guys? The name is java.lang, I'm not writing, class cast exception. And what was the error message which it gave you was the reason behind the failure was what cannot be cast to what? A student. You got student by the name Rama Seth and all that. Student cannot be casted or cast into what was that? Faculty. Okay. So like this is what is the danger involved. This is what is the pitfall, the loophole involved in downcasting. So let me ask you some questions and of course I'll give you the solution. When there is a problem, there is a solution, of course. But if I directly give you the solution, you won't even understand the problem. So first see the problem, understand it and then solve it. Anyway, so I have a question for you. Participate. When is downcasting required? So don't write essays. I will give you options. Is downcasting required in case of direct referencing or indirect referencing? Okay, indirect. You are on the correct track. Next one. Indirect means what? Superclass reference pointing to subclass object. If you feel lost in the words, keep it simple. Fruit F equal to new mango or person P is equal to new student. That is your indirect referencing. Okay, superclass reference pointing to subclass object. Done. Next question. Is downcasting required? Sorry, in indirect referencing, will you need downcasting if you are using the common functionality which is available in the superclass as well as subclass? Absolutely not. So that gets you to the answer. When is downcasting required? If and only if superclass reference is pointing to subclass object and you are trying to access subclass specific functionality. So if you feel lost in the words, go to the example. You have got a person type of a reference pointing to student and you are trying to access, I mean, this is a wrong example, but earlier we were trying to access the study. Study was subclass additional functionality or additional functionality in the subclass. Then and only then, there's no word then and only then, like if and only if. So the point is, then only you will require downcasting. So next question. Will downcasting always throw class cast exception? Yes, no, no. If you have done the correct downcasting, meaning the type of the object and the type of the downcast is all matching, will you get an exception or will you not get an exception? Answer is you won't get the exception. But when you can get the exception? Okay, now the next question. Sorry, scratch earlier one. When will you get the class cast exception? I'm giving you choices. In upcasting or downcasting? You already downcasting. In the valid downcasting or invalid downcasting? In the invalid downcasting, when the type of the object you are having is not matching with the type of the cast you are adding, then 110% JVM will throw you out. And this kind of type mismatch errors, are they detected by the compiler or are they detected by the, what is it called, runtime? Of course, runtime, and that is nothing but your class cast exception. So I started with a actual requirement, which is where I'm going in a minute, in a couple of minutes maybe. So you remember what started the whole discussion? The discussion was, now suppose the meeting is about to convene and I just call out or I just want to check on this particular, we will be assigning the seat numbers as per the registrations. So the first fellow who registers will give the seat number 1 and 1 to n in short. Okay. So now I want to check if it is a student, then I want to call a student specific functionality. And if it is a faculty, I need to invoke faculty specific functionality teach. But if I do it in a blind manner, in a blind means without checking manner, if I directly do the downcasting, I don't know at the time of writing whether that seat is going to be taken by student or a faculty. And there is a 50% probability that I will run into class cast exception. Means what? Don't get confused by my words. If a faculty is sitting there and if I downcast it to a student, exception or no exception? Of course, class cast exception. But suppose you got lucky. Don't rely on luck factor. But suppose you get lucky. A faculty is sitting there and you downcast it to faculty. Class cast exception or no exception? No exception. But as you know, you can't rely on luck. So that is where there is a savior. That is where you have got a checking. So again, those who are coming to me from C++, they must be knowing something called as RTTI, runtime type inferencing or runtime type information. Java makes it so simple by giving you one single keyword. So let me recap. If you are using upcasting, everything is resolved by the compiler implicitly. No downcasting is required. You will never get into runtime error, class cast exception. But before you do the downcasting to access the subclass specific functionality, you will require downcasting, but never ever do downcasting without checking the runtime information. So let me show you. Um, I'm just thinking whether to make you read the README or the show you first. Okay, I'll show you first. And then we'll make you read my notes or whatever. So here, everyone understands this is a problem. So now there has to be a solution. And that solution is nothing but a runtime operator. So what is that keyword I'm explaining today? Instance of. There's a complete README which I'm sharing. So instance of is a keyword in Java. And what is it used for? It is used for RTTI, which is runtime type information. So it is actually, I should say, for checking runtime type information. Okay. So when I say this, the beginners won't understand anything. So before doing the casting, if you do the wrong casting, you are doomed. Your code gets aborted. You get an exception. So before doing the downcasting, why don't you check the runtime type of the reference? And if it is all fine, then you do the downcasting. So instead of spending so much time in talking in English, let us talk in Java. So this instance of keyword is a Boolean returning. So it can return you either true or false. I can definitely use it in my if condition. So get inside. So what is it I want to check? I want to check if the person type of a reference or if this P is actually referring to student type of object. So here on the left hand side of instance of comes the reference. Which reference? Whose runtime type you want to check. Then comes the keyword instance of. All keywords in Java are all lowercase, so don't make the spelling mistake. Now, what should come on the right hand side of the instance of keyword or instance of operator? What is the actual type you are looking for? So let's not hurry because it's very important. So where you want to do the downcasting? You want to do the downcasting to the faculty because you want to access the teach method of a faculty. So guys, first check if the P type of a reference is actually pointing to faculty object. So on the right hand side, it comes the object, the class where you want to downcast. So answer is if, sorry. Control space did not work. Okay, so here, if P is instance of faculty. See, read the word P instance of faculty. This check will be done at choices, compile time or runtime. This check will be done at what? It's a runtime operator. See, everyone knows what is the compile time type of P? Person. I'm not interested in that. What is the runtime type of P? Is the student. Because it is pointing to student. So answer this question, please. When I say P instance of faculty, what is it is going to return? True or false? In this case, what will it return? Let's see what you are saying. I hope you are giving me correct answer. Of course, false. So see the word, see how it sounds. If P is a reference pointing to faculty, is it a faculty? So what is the current answer? It is student is not a faculty. So it is doing is a testing. Nothing but is a testing. But in the compile time or at runtime? At the runtime. It is nothing but a comparison operator which performs is a testing at the runtime. So tell me. So if this returns false, is it going to go to this line? Of course not. And always have else. Else as in the other case, what is it you do? You have to give a sorry message. You have to say that, okay, it is not a faculty, so invalid type cannot teach. In short, some error message. Invalid type, not a faculty. Are you understanding this? So let me ask you. Everyone knows it, but still I like to ask. So what will happen? People give you, this is too basic code to be asked in interviews and all, but this is a building stuff. So what will happen? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output now? Pick up the option. Of course, the output. No class cast exception, no compile time error, and the output is going to be, it is an invalid type you are talking to, it is not a faculty. So confirm, guys. And like I said, these are such important building blocks. Don't be over expectant on, I mean, don't push yourself. If I show you instance of today, and if you don't understand it tomorrow evening, then call me. Call me means then take help. Otherwise, it is fine. I mean, you need time to understand all of this. So instead of saying the same thing, now let's do this. I'll just change something. So I think you understood this much. I am making a change now here. I'll be repeating so many times, don't worry. So let me take the faculty data. Okay. Now, tell me here, whenever you are doing downcasting, are we fooling the compiler or are we helping the compiler? I hope you understand my difference in the words. Here we are helping the compiler. Anyway, don't worry about what I said. Tell me, start the whole way again. Direct referencing or indirect referencing, D or I. All this comes into the picture only with indirect referencing. So of course it is indirect referencing. Super class reference pointing to this time faculty class instance. Everyone understands it. Now, when you say P instance of faculty, tell me, at this point, is it going to return me true or false? It's I hope it is clear-cut question. So what is it is the runtime testing, runtime type information checking. So what is the type of the object I've got here? Faculty. Can I say faculty is a faculty? Is a testing? Yes. So tell me, compile time error, runtime error, or the output? Answer is output. And is it going to go to the line number 18 or is it going to go to the else branch? 18 or 21? Of course, the answer is line number 18 because now this instance of operator returns true since faculty is a faculty. So as you can see here, are we getting the runtime error such as class cast exception or are we getting the correct output here? We are getting the correct output here. Okay. So what I'll do is, I mean, you are the whole first hour or half an hour, 45 minutes spend in all these things and then build your own assignments, then apply. I am not yet finished. So this is the one I wanted to say. Okay, so this is your instance of. Now I'll make another copy. I'm still into instance of, don't worry. Learn by example, code by examples or learn by examples. That is the best way of learning. Of course, keep the books also or notes also, whatever concepts open and do that. So let me just do something. Treat it as a fresh code. Don't worry about why I'm, what is it I'm doing and all that. Okay. So tell me quickly, what will happen? You know the answer. Compiler doesn't treat instance of. It is not a compile time checking at all with it. So it is only for the runtime system. Okay, compiler doesn't play any role here. Coming back. So compile time error, runtime error or the output. Here the answer is output. And will it go to line number 19 or line number 22? Everyone knows the answer. It will go to line number 22. Confirm quickly. Not a faculty. Okay. So now I'll show you a variation. Answer this. Don't worry about what I've written in comments. Use your own brains, use your own thinking. So the same question. Compiled, now I need to see because that is important. So I'm giving you compile time error, no. Runtime error or the output. Answer is runtime error. So if you are shocked that now I have used instance of operator, why I'm still getting the runtime error? Because guys, you have used the instance of keyword in the wrong manner. So how? Check this. This one. Person type of a reference pointing to student. So what is the object we are trying to point to? Student. Now I have got a student object, but when I said instance of, it is a testing. Only thing is done at the right runtime. So what is the type of the object we have got? Student. Can you tell me, is student a person? Yes or no? Of course, yes. So what will this instance of operator return? True or false? Student is a person. It will return true. And once again, you will get into this, throwing you class cast exception. So don't be loose. Don't be casual in writing the code. Don't just think that, okay, I have done my instance of checking, now I'm saved. You are not. You have to do the correct instance of checking, which is what? Simple thumb rule. Whose method you want to call? Whose this method is? Faculty. Where you are going to do the downcasting? To faculty. So you will be better off, or you should check the actual type and not the super type. So if you are completely lost by now, don't be lost. Look at the answer. So again, we are back to class cast exception. See, I'm trying to help you in different levels, understanding level, interview levels and all that. So again, we are back to this and see, exception is the same, or rather line is the same. Student cannot be cast to faculty. So this time we managed to fool the runtime, I would say fool the runtime, fool the instance of checking also. So I'll repeat the important statements again. What is instance of operator? Is it going to check it at compile time or runtime? You tell me, C or R? Runtime. But at runtime, what is it going to check it by? Is a relationship. Okay, so it is runtime type information based on is a testing done at the runtime. So now answer me. What is the type of the object we are currently pointing to? Student. So when I say is student, so P is type of, runtime type is student. Is student a person? Yes. So what will this return? True or false? You know the story. It is returning you true. And again, here you got an exception, because the same old exception, student cannot be cast to faculty. So what is the mistake here? Is the mistake in the downcasting? No. Where is the mistake? Mistake is in the instance of checking. Okay, so here you are doing a wrong instance of checking. So of course the runtime will fail. So which is the correct way of runtime checking? You have to actually check the type wherever you want to do the downcast. Where I want to do the downcast? To a faculty. So naturally, this is the only thing which will survive. Okay, so this is your 2-3 minutes or whatever, 5 minutes on instance of. Now read my readme. So I'm not going to spend the time in you reading the readme. That's your reading exercise. But I will ask you, wait a second. There is a separate readme called as regarding instance of. Compulsory reading exercise of today. Please don't waste your lap time. Lap time don't spend on such things, but extra time. So read this. Instance of is a, you know this already. Read this much, please. It is used to, this part you know, it is used to check whether the object is instance of a specific type in the runtime. Means what? Is it an instance of the class, or is it an instance of the subclass? And when I enter abstraction, I'll show you interfaces. So is it an interface implementation class? Leave interfaces. Right now you don't know about it. Right now I've not talked about it. So this is the meaning. Take your own take your own time, 1 complete minute, and I'll talk to you. So which part you should understand, which part you focus today, only till this much. Because you don't know. Interfaces and implementation classes connection we will establish later. Okay, so this much. So when you write a expression A instance of B, when will it return true? If and only if the reference to which A points, A is a type of reference. If it points to either, tell me, class of, instance of B, point one, or any direct means immediately under B, or indirect subclass, grandchild, any precedent, any decadent after that. So then also it returns true. So it is going to do the runtime testing in the, it is going to do the is a checking in the runtime. So then there are different names and all that. And instance of operator is so cool, so powerful that if your reference is pointing to null, if the reference is holding the value of null, then instance of operator returns you false. But generally my observation is, if I speak only in such language, nobody understands. So now participate fully, and I'm not guaranteeing, but yeah, I think that is what generally happens. After solving these questions, you all will be good. I mean, you all will be like clear. So here is my hierarchy. What is the top level class? Universal superclass, object, extended by employee, extended by manager, extended by sales manager. Everyone understands the hierarchy? Tell me. So can I say sales manager is an employee? Yes or no? Simple questions I'm asking you. Is it yes? Of course, yes. Can I say sales manager is a manager? Sales manager is a manager, is an employee, is an object. Okay, this is one hierarchy. Which is the other hierarchy I had drawn yesterday? Worker extending from employee. So this is it. Okay, now start participating and answer me. Okay, before I start asking you what will be the output, is everyone clear with the inheritance hierarchy, please? This is not complex. I mean, it's not complex at all. So now, when I say what will be the output, I just want true or false. So you've got 50-50 chances of giving a correct answer. Coming back, this is not I'm asking. Direct referencing or indirect referencing? Indirect referencing. With direct referencing, who needs? Nobody needs downcasting. And downcasting, if it does not require, why will you do instance of checking? As simple. Now, so start answering, please. When I say E instance of manager, you know you have two options, true or false. Start telling me. The first answer, of course, it is true. Simplest. It is pointing to the manager type of object, and see here, and manager is a manager. So correct. Next one, E instance of employee. What is it? True or false? 100% true. Why? Because actual type of the object is manager, and is manager an employee? Yes. So you are absolutely right in saying, sorry. This is true. Learn with example. That is best. Now, if I say E instance of object, true or false? Somebody said false. Guys, wake up. What is the type of the object I'm having here? Manager. Is manager an object? Yes. Manager is an employee is an object. Object class is the top level superclass. Of course, this answer is true. And yes, as a universal superclass, absolutely. Next one. What happens here? When I say if E instance of sales manager, is it going to return me true or false? You are very right by saying false. Why? Because what is the object I'm having here? Manager. Just apply your is a and you are good. Can I say manager is a sales manager? No. Manager can be a HR manager, R&D manager, finance manager, and whatnot. So this evaluates to false. Are you understanding how we are checking is a relationship? But in compile time or in runtime, C or R, in runtime. So this will definitely evaluate to false, since like somebody said, manager is not a sales manager. Sales manager is a manager, but not vice versa. Now, answer the next one. True or false? So many false I got. Of course it is false. So here, why? Because simple question, simple answer. I got the answer also. Manager is not a worker. They belong to totally different. Manager is not below or subclass of worker. Sorry. Worker is not below this. So manager is definitely not a worker. Throws you out. Shubham later. Separate questions later. Here. Let me finish from my side first. And let us give you some lap time to confirm all that. Next one. So if I say employee equal to null, you know what I'm doing. There will be this object marked for garbage collection. So now answer the last question. In this last question, if I say E instance of employee, false, null. So there's not even a thinking required. E instance of manager, E instance of sales manager or a worker, everything is false. So only assign this much of importance. It is important, but don't feel complex or don't off track, thinking about 10 different things. So what is instance of at the end of the day? It is a runtime checking operator, is a testing operator, comparison operator, which works in the runtime. So somebody was asking me compile time significance, none. Everything is, this is all only for the your JVM or runtime checking. So I think I have given you sufficient information. So now it is time to apply. So when I say it is time to apply, let me see. I'll just bring in your yesterday's that, longer application. Okay, event organizer app. So what I'll do is I have a test 3 here. So let me refactor. Give me just a minute, okay? I'm going to give you a requirement objective and you're going to solve it for me. And here I just renamed refactor and let me take it in the today's tester. So first go through it quickly with me. I've already got it revised in yesterday's one of the labs, but for the rest of you also. So focus. This is the same event organizer app which we wrote yesterday. Scanner and all, everyone understands? Because I wanted to add a participant of the type faculty or a student, I had to go to the common super type and create the array of references of the person type. So only one object is created so far, and that is of the person array type. Counter exit is only for checking and while condition. So important statements only, otherwise it takes a lot of time. So here, everyone knows upcasting is happening. Student is a person. So compiler says, don't add any cast. I can manage. I as in compiler can manage. Every student is a person. So that's it. Same thing we did here for registering a faculty by storing its data. So faculty object was created elsewhere. Its reference was added in the person. Thanks to the fact faculty is a person. Okay, so this is also done. And this is where you were enjoying your runtime polymorphism. Because at the time of writing, at the time of compiling, we don't know whether on a particular slot, whether it is a faculty type of a reference or a student type of reference. So we just, we just went over the entire array using for each. There could be some slots which are unoccupied, nulls. So that is where we did the null checking. And here at the runtime, now I'll not talk in compile time, at the runtime, for the first 3 iterations, whose toString method will be called? Simple question, recap, students. Next is faculty, and next is, student and the faculty again. And thanks to null checking, we don't run into, the null value will not be printed. So answer my simple question. In this example, why neither downcasting nor instance of? Downcasting should be preceded by instance of. So tell me, why downcasting wasn't required? I'm spending huge amount of time here so that everyone should be clear. Why? Because there is a common method the toString method is available right in the person class. It goes by the, it doesn't go by the object. Don't go to the object, Nikhil. Don't say all. Compiler goes by the type of the person, sorry, type of the P. So where it is going to search? In person. It doesn't care about object, right? And it is exactly existing. So now help me more. I mean, help me to do the next thing. We had already written this. Let me just copy it. And you are going to solve it, not me. This is what we are adding here. After discussing so much, I'm sure people, I hope, I mean, I'm not sure, but I hope people will be managing. Everyone will be managing, not just those who already have this knowledge. So let me just add a comment here and give you the requirement. So read this. Option 4. What is the user input? Seat number. But please remember, seat numbers are going to start not with 0. How can you say that, okay, your seat number is 0? Sounds bad. So it will be 1, 2, n. That is array length naturally. So check if seat number is valid. And in case of valid seat number, if a student is occupying the seat, invoke the study method. If it is faculty, call it teach method. So I don't want you to write the entire code. If you can write, very good, excellent, keep it up. But I just need the clues. So think about my requirement. I'll just add another option here. So what is it? Invoke subclass, invoke additional functionality. Because teach and study is the additional functionality. Okay. So let me bring it all in the focus. Okay. So let us go systematically. Don't directly jump into the end this. So start. Tell me, what is the first question you will ask user? What is it you will require from user? Enter your seat number. Everyone is clear? Now, so after that, I have to find the index of the array. How will I find the index of the array? Yes, well, how will I find the index? I'll write the left hand side, dictate the RHS. Yes, please. So I will take it from user, sc.nextend. And what is the offset between a seat number and the index? -1. Our array indices start with 0, but the seat numbers I'm giving out naturally from 1 to n, 1 to length. So naturally offset of -1. Never trust the user blindly. So do the checking. So you know the whole checking. This is such a repetitive code. You can put it in a method, check boundaries or something. So if index is greater than or equal to 0, and where's my and here index is less than, what was it, name participants. This is, I think, no-brainer. No-brainer in the sense everyone understands it by now. So if it is that, then only you can do something. Else branch, today we don't know exception handling. So I can't throw any exceptions, custom exceptions. So just give a error message, sorry, invalid index or invalid seat number. Are we 100% clear? This I want 100%. There's no 50% about it. So now once you come here, what is it we are doing? We are sure that at least the seat number or that index position is valid. So here it is, valid index. Got me? Now I have to check whether that seat is occupied or not. Correct? So here. So let me do something. Let's see whether you understand it. Person P, you can do it in one line. I'm just doing it in multiple lines so everyone understands. So person P and give me the RHS. I want to get that reference. So what should I write on the right hand side? Yeah, null checking. Wait, we will do everything. Don't worry. So here, what should be the right hand side? I want to get that reference from the array. So what I should say? What is the name of the array? Participants. Have we found the valid index position? Yes. So we've got this. Now tell me, what is the next thing I should do? People were saying null checking. You forgot the fact. Instance of checking does include the null checking also. Okay. So anyway, I don't want to say too many things. So now I want in this requirement, in this new case, Will I require downcasting? It's a yes, no, Boolean question. Is it required or not required? Answer this by looking at it. Is the downcasting required for this? Not getting that zoom gets stuck. Of course it is required. But before downcasting, if you don't do the instance of checking and check the correctness, which is the exception it might throw, class cast. So I'm saying, let's not do that. Let's not do the index, instance of checking and see what happens. Okay, so let me do that. But downcasting is still required. So I'm again repeating the whole thing. I'm repeating it maybe for the third, fourth time. So if I say, let us assume it's a student, 50 chances, 50% chances. Assume it is a student. So I say P dot study. Guys, this is a full-fledged revision, so participate more. Compiler error. Compiler goes by the type of the reference. There is no study method in the percent type. So how do you fool or satisfy the compiler? Typecasting. What should I do the typecasting? Student, because student has a study function, study method. Okay, so arrange the brackets properly. Okay, so I have done. I'm very happy thinking that yes, my job is done. Thinking falsely, of course. So suppose my array is like this. Okay, so initially 2 students have registered and then a faculty has registered and maybe some faculties have registered and rest of it is null. Are you understanding what I'm saying? First, 2 students have registered for the event and then few faculties and remaining may be null. And if I give the seat number as 1, if I give the input seat number as 1, what will happen? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output student studying in whatever? Tell me. Let me see what you are saying. What is it you will get? You will get the output. So guys, you just got lucky here. Are you understanding the luck factor? I hope the answer is yes. But if I say the seat number is 3, so 3 minus 1 is 2. This is well within the range and 0, 1, 2. So who is sitting? What is that reference in this index position? A pointer to a faculty object. And can you cast a faculty to the student? Of course not. So your code will abort throwing class cast exception. So first confirm with that and then you know the solution. What is the solution, guys? One word, instance of checking. That's it. So, but when you apply to the real scenario and all, things start getting more interesting. Oh, next time I'll correct my spellings. Okay, so let's say 10. So it is a student. So okay, first let us register the student. This is boring. Filling up the data. Anyway, so Java, fees, the marks. And let's not waste your time. Let me again give it to the this thing, faculty. Let me say register a faculty. So first name, last name, years of experience, and let it be Java. Now just confirm once. Whatever we wrote yesterday, is it working at all? So as you can see, I'm displaying all the participants. No casting was required. No downcasting was required. Everything got solved by the upcasting and runtime polymorphism directly. Okay, so now coming back here. Who is occupying the first seat? Student. Who is occupying the second seat? A faculty. Are we all clear? I hope so. Now let us try to invoke the specific functionality, additional functionality 4. If I give the seat number as 1, error or output, you know that 1 minus 1 is 0. 0, student. Student is a student. So what would I say here? Are we satisfying or fooling the compiler? This is perfect. So we are satisfying the compiler. There's nothing, no harm done. But this was like I say, you just got lucky. So if you say, for example, this thing, what is it called? Again, and this time I give the seat number as 2. What is it going to happen? Runtime error or the output? your code is going to break all open and you will definitely get the class cast exception. Why? What is the fact? Why? What is the reason? Who is occupied? Who is sitting? What is the type of the object where you are referring to is a faculty, and faculty cannot be cast into the student. Are we completely clear? I hope nobody was seeing the output because every time I can't see your chat messages, otherwise I'll never write anything. Okay, so now help me to survive. Help me. I don't want to get my, anytime. So I have given you the question already. If it is a student, invoke the study method. If it is a faculty, invoke teach method. Otherwise, OW is otherwise, give me your error message. You are neither a student nor a faculty. I don't know what to do with you. I mean, don't write all this. Just simply say invalid type. And tomorrow when you bring in your coordinator, center help, or something, guest speaker and all, you can extend this course so easily. So now let me stop talking. You tell me. Mute yourself. Somebody is unmuted. So tell me, what is the check I will bring in? Instance of. Can you tell me the line number? Okay, forget line number. Should I do it before downcasting or after downcasting? B or A? Before or after? Of course, before. It's a stupid question. But why before? Because once your code breaks, you can't do anything. So now don't assume. So you say, check if it is a student. Check if it's a student. So can anyone help me to dictate while dictating? So tell me, if what is it you place on the left hand side? The reference. Then comes the keyword. What's the keyword? Instance of. What should be on the right hand side, guys? Object, person, student, or faculty. You just ask yourself, whose method you want to call? Students. Which downcasting you are doing? Student. So of course it has to be your student. So this is checking one thing. Now, currently, I can just do else because I've got only two types. A person, participant is either a student or a faculty. So simple else will suffice. But if you want to extend it by bringing in a guest speaker, company expert or whatever, subject matter expert or whatever you will require. So I'm just preparing you. Now I want to check if it is of the type faculty. So dictate if P, else if, you know that. There's no switch casing here. Instance of, what should I say here? Faculty. And if it is a faculty, now, do I still have to do the downcasting or downcasting is not required? Of course, downcasting is still required. Compiler will not allow you that. So which is the downcasting you'll do? Faculty. You have confirmed that it is a faculty type of object and this will never ever give you class cast exception. And here you can here you can access the specific method else. Now you can't help it because then it is truly the invalid type. We are never going to come to this else branch, but I'm just trying to prepare you. If you add some other type which extends from the person, so then it will go into the invalid type. Are we understanding or are we lost? And whatever is not clear, whatever little bit of hesitation you have in your mind that, okay, this is not clear, that is not clear, we are going to make you work on it. Similar assignment and you will be 100% clear. Those who are still not there. Okay, so let's run it again and then go to the next topic. Oh, I don't like this at all. Let me abort it and change that. Okay. So here, something, now I don't have to say anything, I hope. You just watch and I'll ask you the question at the right time. Then I say register of faculty A2 B2 years SME and confirm once what we have got. So display all. So as you can see, student followed by faculty. Now, when I say enter the seat number 1, runtime error or the output? Of course, output. We have done instance of checking correctly. And what will be the output? Will it end up calling the study method or teach method? I hope you know the answer. Who is sitting in the seat 1? Student. So it will go to that if instance of P instance of student, yes. And we are downcasting from person to student, actually calling the API properly. So as you can see, this is not a big deal. The business logic is very simple. We will make it advanced over time, but concept is important. Likewise, but this was working earlier. So likewise, if I say the seat number is now 2, what is it is going to do? Runtime error or no runtime error? No runtime error. It will go to that else if. Now person is of the runtime type is faculty, and you know what is it calling up is the, again it is calling at the runtime properly faculties, yeah, faculties teach method. And if I mess up saying 10, is there anyone who is occupying the seat 10? Answer is no. So are we going to get a null pointer exception or that, what was that? Invalid index or some such thing? Sorry message. Of course, you are going to get it as invalid type. Now see this. Okay, I'll just take all this. Invalid type. Remember that thing. And suppose I give the option, and suppose I give the seat number as 20. What kind of error it is? See, understand. I hope you are able to understand the difference. This 10 number was very much in the range. So who has detected the invalid type? I'll give you two options. Our boundary checking or instance of. B for boundary checking, I for instance of. Who is helping us here? Instance of keyword is helping us here. Somebody had given me, asked me, do the null checking. I told him or her, I don't remember, that instance of already does the null checking. So you don't require it. So here we are saved thanks to instance of. And now if I say 120, is instance of checking helping us or boundary checking helping us now? Boundary checking is helping us. And that is all about it. So if you are lost in my last few words, look up here. I had given the hall capacity or that meeting capacity as 100. I gave the seat number as 10. Okay. So is it within the boundary conditions? Yes. So what will this return? What this will return? Null or not null? Speak up. Of course, null. So can I say, when you say, so P is getting the value of null. So will this return true or false? False. What will this return? Again, null is not a faculty, so false. And we will get into this else condition, giving you invalid type. So this is a small demo, a very simple demo of downcasting and instance of checking. And meet me in the labs, meet your individual lab faculties in the labs and revise this thoroughly with their help or whatever. And you will get today there is no optional, nothing optional. There is a compulsory assignment. And that assignment will definitely touch base upon inheritance, upcasting, polymorphism, upcasting, downcasting, and instance of checking. So solve it, try to solve it as much as possible, and that will give you like more than 100% clarity. So this is what I wanted to say as the first part of inheritance and polymorphism. So are there any specific questions? Now I have said my bit. Now I have said everything, whatever I wanted to say from my side. So think of what all I said and ask questions. I'm waiting here for a minute. Out of topic questions, ahead of topic I'll not take, but relevant, please ask. Not getting anything. So I don't think people are asking questions. Anyway, keep thinking about it, keep typing, and I will definitely take you there. So now, so we have covered, okay, no doubt is good. But Pallav, I'm sure I'm not discouraging you or Pratiksha who's saying wow and all. But when you start applying it, you will definitely feel somewhere or here or there confused. So that time we will help you. And wherever there is a confusion, ask us. Absolutely, Vishesh. Well said. You need to absorb it. You need to not just absorb it, you need to apply it. And that is where your assignment comes in. Okay, so do that. Now let's not waste your time in just talking about it. Line number 67, why minus 1? Okay, a simple thing. I'll tell you, Kunal. You tell me, whenever you go to a movie or anything, the seat numbers start with what? 0 onwards or 1 onwards? Seat numbers start with 1 onwards. But guys, here we are having a array. Array indices start from what? 0 or 1? Of course, 0. So when user gives me seat number of 10, what is the index in that array? Is minus 1. The offset of minus 1, so minus 1. Okay. If you say no, I'm giving the seat numbers I'm allocating from 0, then you don't require any offsets. That was the answer. Okay. So now let us take you to, okay, abstraction, another pillar, another foundation topic in your object-oriented practices is abstraction. Okay, so I'm just thinking about whether to go in a theoretical manner. Okay, little bit of theoretical will go. So read this much, please. We are entering another pillar. You know something about encapsulation, where you pack data and the actions performed on the data in an encapsulation unit of a class. You know something about inheritance and something about polymorphism. So now I'm introducing to yet another powerful concept of abstraction. Read that, please. Okay, so I think you must have read it. So abstraction is, in one word, hiding the complexities, hiding the internal working, hiding the implementation details from the end user. So here is my popular example. There are so many examples. Is downcasting possible? Yes, Sitendra. Answer is yes. I saw your question just now. So yeah, it is possible. So coming back to the point. Yeah. So we are on the extraction. Now just continue with the flow. When you walk into the ATM, all you need to carry is your card and all you need to know is about your PIN. Nothing else you don't. I mean, you just put in the card, you just withdraw, or sometimes you deposit, depending on thing, and you just take your cash or you deposit your cash and you walk out. But at that time, I don't think any user, ordinary users, maybe not programmers like us, but ordinary users, they don't really think that after this transaction is done, which is the communication protocol? Is it HTTP? Is it HTTPS? Or is it something like SOAP protocol? How it is going to contact the underlying bank? We do not care. How that chip, what is it, insert the card, there is a chip there. So how it is going to interact with the underlying hardware? None of our concern. So we are just interested in the UI, the user interface. All we require is a interface, and that is how we operate. Another famous example quoted in the books and all. You are driving a vehicle, for example, a two-wheeler. So all you need to know is, if it is an automatic vehicle, all you need to know is accelerator and a brake. If it is a geared vehicle, all you need to know is a clutch and gears and whatever. But you don't need to, you are not concerned with the internal transmission system. You're not going to work, I mean, you're not going to every time you apply a brake, you're not going to think about the braking mechanism. Are you understanding it? That is what, just informing the client, client means end user, about the interface, about how do you use this, I mean, what is that functionality to be used, and hiding the actual internal details or the non-essential. Non-essential means non-essential to the user, not to us, is nothing but abstraction. So in Java, there are two ways we can achieve the abstraction. So abstraction, pure abstraction, 100%. Uh, complete abstraction, total abstraction is achieved by interfaces. Looking at time, I don't know. Let's see. I don't want to say whether today, tomorrow, but naturally the first thing which I have to cover is abstract classes. And before abstract classes, I have to explain concept of an abstract method. Okay. So we are entering abstractions. And so first thing is when to use it. Okay. Why abstraction? Just now I gave the answer. Hiding actual implementation details from the user so that user gets to focus on, now you have a choices, what is to be done, how it is to be done, both or neither. I'll repeat my question. Abstraction allows the user, end user, a client, a customer to think upon what is to be done, how it is to be done, both or neither. Answer is, let me see what you are saying. I'm not hiding what is to be done. Yes, data hiding, don't say. Hiding the complexities of the behavior is abstraction. You are absolutely right. And when I take you to interfaces, you will see interface allow you a classic separation, complete separation between what is to be done versus how it is to be done. But that is little away. So let me not take you there. So that is the why part. Why abstraction? Making end users' life easier, your customers' life easier. Now, when do you need to use? It is actually, I should say the other way, because when you use abstract method, the class has to be done abstract. Those coming to me from C++ background, abstract methods are fully equivalent to your pure virtual function in C++. If you don't know C++, leave that. Directly learn abstraction here. So now read this, please. Okay. So here I've given you precisely when you need to apply the abstraction. Of course, it is very much, I mean, I'm not saying, yeah, but it is kind of part of inheritance again. So when you have a superclass, where you have written a superclass, but while writing the superclass, you don't have the complete idea, complete clue of how the implementation is going to happen. I'm talking vague, abstract, I know. Soon I'll talk in example. And a very, what do you say, not popular, your known example. Okay. So this is the rule. This is the rule means you don't know is sitting in the superclass how to define a particular implementation. So you will simply come back to me and say, then don't define it there. But that is not allowed because the superclasses are going to be extended by couple of subclasses. And I want all those subclasses to stick to the same functionality. So before you give up and before you feel totally lost, here is what I'm trying to say. Of course, I'm going to take shape and all. That's a famous example. But guys, you have seen the need of abstraction already. Anyone cares to answer that where you have already seen the need of abstraction? Clue is exactly, I already got it, Roshni. Very good. You know the answer, the test method. The test, I always prefer the crisp answers, which doesn't require any question. Method calling methods, I don't know what you're talking about. So I accept her answer, test method. If you're lost, give me a minute. Here, quickly. I had it somewhere, but I don't remember where. So everyone knows more than well, fruit class. In the fruit class, you got a data member name. I'm not interested in data member. I'm showing abstraction in behavior. And what are the subclasses we have created yesterday? I mean, you may or may not have, but at least you know about it. I spent something like almost an hour in revision today. So hopefully people are clear. Okay. And there is something like a orange. I'm taking the age old yesterday old example. Coming back. So everyone knows apple and mango and orange as the subclasses is a relationship. Fine. So, but here we saw that I wanted to add a common functionality here. Which is the common functionality in all the subclasses? A test. Everyone knows that, right? Nothing complex about it. So here also I need test and here also I need test. Okay. So if I ask you in apple, mango and orange, do you have the complete idea about how to implement test or no idea? Do you know how to implement the test method in the orange class? Yes. I've given you oranges are sour, mangoes are sweet, apple is sweet and sour something. So you have the complete idea. But what is it that forced us? Why? Okay, simple English. Why we added the test method in the fruit class? Meaning, don't answer me. I'll ask you a better question. Suppose I don't add the test method in the fruit class at all, because when I say fruit, it is any abstract fruit. See the words I'm using. It is any generic fruit, any general fruit. I don't know the test of it. In short, sitting in the fruit class, do I know how to implement the test method? Yes or no? Simple questions I always ask. Of course, no. Okay. So I'm saying then I don't want to even waste my time and efforts. I will not add it there. Okay. So done. So there are two problems. One problem is you are defeating the what is it called? Principle of inheritance. What does inheritance tell you? Pluck out, pull out common features and push it in the superclass. I will say, okay, I don't care. I'm not an object-oriented person. I will ignore it. Fine. It is not fully objective. I mean, it is not good. Fine. But guys, you have a serious problem. When you create that fruit basket, everyone remembers that fruit array. Let's say fruits equal to whatever fruit array. And suppose you have populated. Populated means added fruits in the basket. Suppose you have populated fruits. So there are something like apples, mangoes, and kind of fruits. And when you use your famous for each, what is that? Fruit F in fruits. Bear with me. If I say, for example, F dot test, what will you get? Compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? What will you get? Compile time error. Are we understanding it? So see, I'm in a fix. I'm having a problem here. I don't want to define, some vague method, some dummy method, such as fruit test, because I don't know the implementation of it. It sounds so bad, no specific test. Okay. So, so I don't want to add it, but my compiler is going by the type of the reference. So every time if you want to do it, there is a solution. There is a far-fetched solution. Every time you check instance of if it is apple or mango orange, then do the downcasting and then call test. Such a huge code. I'll repeat the last two lines again. I said, can I still survive without adding a test method in the fruit class? Answer is yes. But what it involves, just learn concepts, downcasting. But you saw downcasting is a disaster. So you have to do the instance of checking first. So much of code increase. I simply don't want to get there. So Now help me. So there are two things I want. To make my life easy, I want to add in the fruit method, I'm so sorry, in the fruit class test method. So tell me, what is it I want to impose? So here, for this test method, you tell me, I'm trying to guide you and I hope you are getting the gist. So this test method, should it have, you tell me, method declaration, method definition. So method declaration is nothing but what? What is to be done. Method definition is the implementation, how it is to be done, both or neither. I think people are already there. You're smart guys. So here, of course, you require only declaration. And how does Java or C++, because all are object oriented, or your C# or whatever, your TypeScript also, how does it allow it? This is done via abstract methods. So this is where our entry point of abstraction is. So this is achieved via abstract methods. So what is abstract method, guys? Abstract method will have what? Declaration, definition, both or neither. Answer is abstract methods will only have the method declaration. C++ gives the syntax by assigning the method declaration equal to 0. In Java, you don't do such things. You have a new keyword to learn, abstract. So abstract is a keyword in Java. And where all this abstract keyword can come? It can come at method level to indicate the abstract methods which have only the declaration. And then we talk about so many rules. The moment you have a single or multiple abstract methods, you will have to declare the class also as abstract. And the most important rule, which is same in any object-oriented languages, will you be able to create the instance of the abstract class? It's a yes or no question. Answer is abstract classes. I'll say this properly. I've written it all in the README. Abstract classes cannot be instantiated. When I say this, who will throw you out? I mean, is it a compile time error or is it a runtime error? It is a compile time error. So, in this new scenario, what is it we are going to add? We are simply going to make the test method as an abstract method. So we achieve best of both worlds. What is best of both? I get to declare only the function declaration as in method declaration, and the same specification, same function declaration is imposed, is on all the subclasses developer. So be it apple, be it mango, be it orange. Can you answer? Can I define the test method here? Yes. But can they change the method declaration? Absolutely not. They will have to take the same method declaration and add concrete definition. So what is the meaning of concrete? Concrete is equal to non-abstract. Abstract is only declaration, only the skeleton. There's nothing inside. Okay, but the concrete means non-abstract, the one with the implementation. So I can achieve no dummy code because I get to write only what is to be done, and the implementation details are totally separated in the subclasses. So this is your immediate example of abstraction. Understood something out of it? So before I start writing anything, okay, I'm not taking the fruit scenario because I had given that as an assignment. I'm taking another famous scenario, shapes. So I'll discuss that. But before that, let me ask you to read few things. I'll not bore you by too many things. So where are we? Here. In the same thing, I continue to abstraction. Equals method I'm not discussing here. That's our lab work. So I'll talk about it in the labs. Okay. So I'll ask you to read some things. Read this much, please. Will apply. Okay, so I hope you read this. Let's solve it. Like how you learned instance of keyword, or you know so many Java keywords. Abstract is a keyword in Java. Where all abstract keyword can come? Only in two places, either abstract methods or abstract class. There's nothing like abstract data member. So don't try to apply the abstraction to the data members. There is a term called as data hiding. I've not yet taken that interesting example, but there's nothing like an abstract data member. In Scala, yes, but not in Java. Coming back. So this is your oh, sorry, I left this. So when will you say a method is abstract? When it has only method declaration without any implementation. So it is your abstract method, doesn't have any concrete implementation logic. Just an example, you can think of it in the employee class. In employee class, I see, suppose I'm a recruitment manager, recruitment in charge, and I'm hiring. So while hiring, I'm not going to hire an employee. I'm going to recruit, I'm going to hire either a sales head or a software developer or my financial, whatever, finance manager or whatever. Are you understanding? But everyone joins the company with the main intention of earning the salary. So this computation, calculating the net salary, it is the common functionality for all the subclasses. Somebody was asking me direct or indirect. I'm saying direct as well as indirect. So employee, manager, and a sales manager. Sales manager requires calculation. I mean, net salary. Everyone needs. Okay. But sitting in the employee, I don't know whether it is a worker or a manager or a software developer or whatever. So how can I don't have the salary computation formula. So I will leave it, or we will leave it at just abstract. So how do you tell this to compiler? You simply add an abstract keyword here. Write the entire method declaration terminated by the semicolon. Nothing like equal to 0 and all in unlike our CPP. Okay. And this is what is added in the, will this abstract functionality be added in the superclass or a subclass? Typically, answer that. Superclass or a subclass? Of course, superclass. In the upper hierarchy classes. Anyone wants to tell me? When I write this, you will get a compiler error, trick question. So why there is a compiler error? Anyone wants to answer? Yeah, so I'll say what about it? I know private is a problem. Yeah, but what about it? I'll say so what? Okay, so you have to answer properly to the interviewer so that he doesn't grill you much. When you say private, is it accessible to the subclass? Answer is no. But when you say abstract, abstract are the methods to be implemented, to be concretely defined by the subclass. So it is a contradiction. Are you understanding? Abstract methods have to be defined, have to be, what do you say, implemented, have to be concretely defined in the subclass. And the moment you make it as private, it is gone. Cannot be overridden. Exactly. And you see, same. If you make this as a static function, static, again you will get a compiler error. Why? Because static methods cannot be overridden. As simple as that. Or you can make it as final also. Final I have yet to take, so I'm not writing all of that. But in short, private, static, final methods are non-virtual methods in Java. So if you write any of the keyword along with abstract, 100% compiler is smart enough, compiler throws you out. Now, go for the next one. So next one is the moment you declare single or multiple, it doesn't matter. Even a single abstract method is sufficient. If you declare one or multiple abstract methods, you will have to declare the class as an abstract class. Okay. So suppose you have declared it in the employee class, you will have to declare the class as an abstract class. You have to add the abstract keyword. I told you, abstract methods, abstract classes. So which is the most important statement regarding abstraction is here. Read that. So you can never ever create the instance or the object of the abstract class But you know, indirect referencing, I've been talking about it since yesterday. You can definitely create abstract superclass reference to refer to, read the word, concrete subclass instance. Okay, instances, I mean, it can be any instance. So tell me, in this line, what will you get? Compiler error. What is compiler cribbing for? Is it the LHS which is illegal, or is it a RHS, or both? Answer is right hand side. You cannot create the object of it. I am continuing with this. Okay. But if you say, or of course, you can do both. But if I say employee E1 equal to new manager, it will be accepted by the compiler provided manager class is concrete. So can anyone tell me, if I want to write a manager class as a concrete means non-abstract, which is the method I'll have to implement? Which is the method I'll have to override? Anyone? You know the answer. It's the simple question. In order to make manager class as a concrete instantiable class, this is the abstract method I'll have to implement. So this time, what is it I'll have to provide? Method declaration, definition, both or neither? Of course, both. And then you can say it is a concrete class. To continue with the story, let us say in my company, there are too many managers. You know, one is HR manager role, one is having a designation of finance manager, one is R&D manager. So when I say manager, manager is also vague, abstract, because the salary formula, calculating the salary formula for HR manager is totally different than sales, than your R&D. You will say how it is possible. I agree. Basic, your whatever rent and HRA and all will be same. But sales manager gets a performance bonus based on his sales targets. R&D manager gets it as per the different criteria, how many white papers you submit or something like this, how many prototypes you bring it in the market, or your HR manager, how many recruitment she does. Are you getting the point? So listen to this carefully. My employee also doesn't know how to compute the salary. Manager also doesn't know. Who knows how to compute the salary? Sales manager, HR manager, and a finance manager. So in that case, even this will be illegal. So understand, if I'm giving you a new scenario, or in case if employee is abstract, because I don't know how to compute the salary, the subclass manager is also doesn't know, because I don't know which manager. Unless until you tell me which manager, I am lost. So here it is, suppose, extended by sales manager. I don't know whether I'm confusing your, explaining it to you, or HR manager and likewise. So tell me, the abstraction will continue till which point? Will you create employee class as abstract or concrete, A or C? Of course, abstract. That was given. Manager class, abstract or concrete, still abstract. So you just inherit that abstraction. But when I finally come to the sales manager or HR manager or R&D manager, these will be your concrete classes. Okay. So in the given situation, so what is given? Because, I need to ask you different questions to clarify. In the given case, employee and manager, what are they? I'll share this updated version, abstract, and only these heads, sales manager and HR manager, are concrete. What is the meaning of concrete? They have defined this compute net salary method, non-abstract, exactly. So they are concrete. So in this case now, if I use this line, tell me, compiler error or no error? Answer that quickly. Of course, I'm looking at it, Java C error. Where is the problem? Is the problem on the left-hand side or is it on the right-hand side? Of course, RHS. But instead, or if I say E1 is equal to, I hope people are understanding it already. New. Yes, please. Mute yourself, somebody. So here, will you get a compiler error or no error? Answer is no error. So any super type reference or other super type reference, be it abstract or non-abstract, can directly refer to either immediate concrete class instances, that is direct, or the indirect also. There's a gap between employee and a sales manager. This also works. It was somebody's question earlier, so I just took some time in that. Read the next line. These are all the facts which you can confirm in the lab anytime. So, can abstract classes contain non-abstract methods? Answer is yes. Anyone wants to give me? I mean, here I don't have an example. Okay, toString. You can always think of toString. So if I add a toString here to display the name and the test or whatever, toString is a concrete method, but still I can make my class abstract, fruit class abstract, because it has got the test which is abstract. So coming back to the point, answer here is yes. These are the trick questions people will give. Which of the following is valid or invalid regarding abstraction? So you better know. Next one. Here I have given the answer, but otherwise I get wrong answer every time. Every time means almost every time. Can abstract classes contain the constructors is the question. So generally what I get a response is abstract classes cannot be instantiated. So they should not have constructor, though they need not have constructor. Absolutely wrong. So abstract classes have to provide constructor or overloaded constructor to initialize its tightly encapsulated private data members. Okay. Are they going to be used for creating abstract superclass instance or concrete subclass instance, A or C? What it will be used for? Of course, for creating concrete subclass instance. But when I say this, people get confused. So here is the example. You're going to solve something like this today. So imagine that employee is abstract. It has got employee ID, department ID, name, basic, etc. all private. Manager is an employee and manager is, let us say, concrete. I don't have sell side and all that. It's just a manager. So to initialize, but manager is an employee. So unless and until you add a constructor here in employee, you cannot initialize this data members. So you will have to supply a parameterized constructor in the abstract class. So I'm just giving you point by point and then I'll recap it for you. Next one. This you don't know still because next keyword I'll explain is final. Can you declare a class which is both abstract and final? Answer is no. Compiler will throw you out because abstract classes are useless unless until they are extended, and final classes means they cannot be extended. Final keyword I'll explain later. So if you give this wrong combination, compiler will give you error. And the most interesting question of all is here. In Java, can you create an abstract class, public abstract class A, which does not have a single abstract functionality or which has 100% concrete functionality? Answer is yes. So there are two good use cases, examples. If you don't have GUI programming in core Java, you have just a text console. So if you ever do some, swing programming or Java FX programming, that is all GUI. You will hear about window adapters, mouse adapters, key adapters, and all that. So those adapter classes is the example. But since I'm not taking that, you don't have that, you will be learning about servlets. The first opening topic of web programming is heart of your enterprise Java is Java servlets. So at that time, I'll explain this statement. Can the abstract class contain pure concrete functionality? Yes. And what is the use of it? So that is what we will cover in advanced Java. So I'll remove this and I'll ask you questions. So start answering. So here, all questions I don't see because I was in the middle of topic. Now I'm looking at your answers. Tell me, abstract is a keyword in Java. Where all it can be applicable? I'm just asking you some questions to check whether you are awake or asleep. Yes, at the method, at the class. So first is method. When you declare abstract method, what is it you provide? Declaration, definition, both or neither? Declaration only. Typically, where will you add abstract methods? In the upper hierarchy, I mean in the superclasses type or in the subclass? Of course, in the superclass. And when you write abstract method, you just add a abstract keyword there. So tell me, can you have private, static, or final methods along with abstraction? No, because private, abstract, final methods are not virtual methods. And when you say abstract methods, they have to be implemented. They have to be overridden. So it is a contrast. It is contradiction. So compiler doesn't allow. Next question. When you add the abstract method, what happens to the class? Can class become concrete or abstract? C or A? Class has to be declared abstract. Otherwise, you'll get a problem. Get a problem is you'll get a compiler error. Next question. Will you be able to create the reference type or the instance of an abstract class or both? What is it you can create? Only the reference. So you can create the reference of the type of abstract class. In short, rephrase question. Can you create an object of an abstract class? Absolutely not. What will happen if you try to create it? Compiler error. Now, where can abstract superclass reference refer to directly? So abstract superclass reference can refer to, yes, subclasses naturally, but concrete subclass or abstract subclass? Concrete subclass instance, because you cannot instantiate the abstract class. So abstract superclass reference can directly refer only to concrete, which is non-abstract subclass objects. Next question. Can you write, can you add, or will you need to add a constructor, a parameterized constructor ever in an abstract class? Yes or no? Answer is yes. What will it be used for? Two choices: for instantiating the abstract class or for instantiating the concrete subclass. First option or second option? Of course, second option. If you are lost in my words, English words, think of an employee and a manager, or fruit and an apple. So we will still add a constructor in the fruit class, but to instantiate a mango, instantiate an orange, that way. Exactly. So what is it you need it for? If and only if you got private members of the superclass, you need to initialize, you need to add. Next one. Can abstract classes contain concrete methods? Yes or no? It's a Boolean question. Answer is very much yes. Next one. Can you write a class in Java? Can you write an abstract class in Java, but it doesn't have a single abstract method? Possible or not possible? Answer is 100% possible, and an excellent use case in advanced Java. I'll show you HTTP servlet. So that is what you know about abstract keyword. So let me just take the related keyword final. Related means opposite keyword final, and then we will write the example and you will understand abstraction. So let me just continue. Stuck. Okay. So here. Now read about exactly opposite keyword final. See, I'm setting up your basic, object-oriented features or principles. Okay, you can read this much at least. Start reading, please. So let me explain that. What is final? Final is a keyword in Java. The questions, just wait for a while. So where all final keyword can come? It can come to the data member, which is of a primitive type. It can be for a reference type. It can come to the method. It can come to the class. I mean, come at the class. So here, what is the meaning of final? Simple word, constant. Final is a constant in Java. So if you declare it, if you use it along with the primitive types, this means the value of the data cannot be modified. So if you try to modify it by saying data plus plus or data plus equal to something, all you will get is a compiler error. But what is a norm? The norm is the constants in Java always are all uppercase. So if you open your java.lang.math class, there are some constants like pi and all. You will see all of them are uppercase. This is a norm, not a rule. Coming back, you understand this. This is the easiest one. It is just a constant, read only, immutable. Immutable means cannot be modified. There's another word there called as thread safe, but I'll talk about that thread safety in multi-threading topic. Not so fast. Coming back. Next one. If you attach a final keyword to a method, it means it has been defined in a full and final form, cannot be overridden further. So for example, in a class A, suppose you define this method public final void show, then the show method cannot be further overridden. It can only be inherited in its actual form. So it cannot be overridden by any of the subclasses. People get impressed, people feel better, interviewers I'm talking, the moment you talk about certain examples. So if you open your object class has got some of the final methods. Some of the methods you will learn in multi-threading are wait, notify, and notify all. So these methods are defined in a full and final form. So if you write a class and you try to override any of the methods, immediately you'll get compiler error. So keep it simple. Final methods cannot be overridden. Can abstract methods be overridden? Of course, yes. Abstract means it has to be implemented. The definition has to be supplied. Next one. Can final keyword come to the class level also? Answer is yes. And what is the meaning of the final class? Final classes cannot be subclassed, cannot be extended further. So anytime you look at the final class, what you are doing is at that point you are stopping the inheritance hierarchy. So for example, if you see, when I take you day after, we'll do strings, date time handling and all that. So at that time, if you see those string handling classes, string builder, string buffer, etc., these are all final classes. So if you anytime write this kind of a line, extending from any of these classes, all you will get is a Java compiler error. Final classes cannot be subclassed, cannot be extended further. Okay. And the last one is final type of a reference. So first I will not write this and I'll ask you a question. Okay, first I'll explain and then ask you. Final reference means it is like a constant pointer. So such references cannot be reassigned. Okay, so I have a question here. Everyone knows employee is suppose the super type and manager is the subtype, subclass, superclass. And imagine that manager is a concrete. So will this line work? 100% yes. Every manager is an employee thanks to upcasting. But suppose employee is extended by my worker also. Worker is also a subclass. I can do this happily. Of course, I will lose my manager as a candidate of garbage collection, but that's fine. There won't be any compiler error. But the moment, okay, so before I say the moment and all, so can anyone tell me at this point, what is this E holding? What is this E? Reference or object? Is it a reference or object? Reference. So what is it holding? Value or the address? Of course, address. Address of what? Address of that manager object, which is created in the heap. Wait a second, it was responding. Okay, so this is fine. But now when you say E is equal to new worker, sorry, here you are changing the value here, changing the address here. So in this case, if you have attached a word final, it is like you can't change the value of the reference. So now you will get a compiler error. Okay, so this is all about a final keyword. Are we going to require it immediately? Answer is no. But when you learn abstract, you should understand the final keyword, the opposite keyword also. So start. Final data members, final primitive types. Are they read only or they read or writable? I mean, is it immutable or mutable? It is immutable. You cannot write to it. You cannot modify the value. How about final methods? Final methods cannot be overridden. Final classes cannot be extended. Try to extend it by using extends keyword. All you will get is a compiler error. And lastly, I said final references cannot change the value. It's a constant. So you cannot make the changes. Final references cannot be reassigned. So tell me, before I show you the demo, before we write the some example for abstract, not for final, you don't require for final immediately at least. Are we somewhat clear in the last two keywords, abstract and final? I need some info, some confirmation, some acknowledgement, please. But just talking about it doesn't make sense. So let us apply, let us use. You spend good amount of time. I told you yesterday, yesterday's and today's days are extremely important because it tells you so many things. So now we have entered already abstraction. I can do that fruit example, but since you are doing it, I'm not touching that. So I'm showing you the other scenario, shapes. It is a classic example. You go to abstraction anywhere, C++ and all. Typical example they take is a shape. Okay. So now let's solve this. So I'm talking about a bounded shape. The shape which is bounded. So I'm saying every bounded shape starts at some point. So I can think of a XY coordinate as a starting point of a bounded shape. And I can always add, all this we are going to do, I'm just explaining the objective. So we will add a toString. I'm not drawing it because again it takes time. Just hear it. If anyone doesn't understand, of course I'll draw. So what I hope everyone can visualize the bounded shape class. XY, all tightly encapsulated. Supply the suitable constructor and generate the toString. Generate means write the toString. Now, can we say, okay, first question first. Can you see any inheritance? Can you apply inheritance to this? I think that is the easiest question I can ask you. Of course, yes. Can I say circle is a bounded shape? Yes. And you can see the repetition, duplication. Circle has a center. So I can think of it as XY. And the additional member, data member, is a radius. When I say rectangle, rectangle is a bounded shape defined by top left corner, coordinate, and its width and height. I hope you get it. Now answer the next question. Can you define the area of a circle? Of course, everyone can, pi r square. Because circle has a particular formula. So everyone knows the computation, we can do that. Can you think of defining, do you know the formula? Do we have the formula for the rectangle's area? Of course, yes, width into height. Simple. I'm again keeping the business logic part easy. So when you say this, can you see the repetitiveness? Can you see the common behavior? So tell me, when the area function, area method is common, where should we add the area method? Where should it be added? This area method being a common functionality, where it should be pushed? Of course, in the super type. You got that? So you will have, not will have to, but of course better. So we will be adding as per the inheritance principles, pull out common feature and put it in the super class. But here when I'm talking about the area of a bounded shape, I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. Do you have a formula for the area of a bounded shape? At least I don't have. I'll be asking which bounded shape are you talking about? Are you talking about a circle, a triangle, a rectangle, or a polygon, or whatever? So I don't have it. So what is it we do in this case? We apply the abstraction. So this method in a bounded shape class, see, if you don't enter the abstraction, I can simply say return -1. I define the concrete method, but it is such a ugly, such a non-object oriented technique. I don't want to define it. I just want to stick to what is to be done, a declaration. So here you enter abstraction, and we will definitely create it as an abstract method. So once we have it as an abstract method, what is it we are going to have is, okay, the moment you add an abstract method, so it will be public abstract double area terminated by the semicolon. Is everyone understanding it with simple example? Next, and the moment you declare the abstract method, what is it I'll have to declare this as? I'll have to declare it as abstract class. Okay. Of course, I'll make it as public abstract so I can access it from anywhere. So after doing this, will I be able to create the object of this class? Of course not. But can abstract class contain the concrete functionality? As in non-abstract functionality? Yes. I'll be returning X and Y from this toString method, the internal state. Are you planning to add any parameterized constructor? Yes. Otherwise, who is going to initialize the private members? See, the moment you start applying, all those statements which I had made earlier become clear. And now when I come to circle, will it be an abstract? I mean, will you continue with the abstraction, or will you create it as a concrete class, A or C? Of course, a concrete class, because I can fully define my area, and so will be rectangle. Are you understanding? So once we fit it in the abstraction and inheritance manner properly, then we will write a tester. Have I written anything? No. So then we will write a tester. In one of the labs yesterday, wherever I was, I showed you dynamic. You all know. People told me that you already know. Dynamic initialization of array. So here we will create some array. So we'll create the array of naturally references, and then we'll see how the whole thing works. Don't worry about the tester. Tester will think about it later. So let's start quickly and finish it. So since it is a new topic, I don't want to write it in the same one. So I'll create another project. A word before that. Guys, you might be thinking that when you import my day 5.1, that how come I've got a red cross? Red cross is an error, not yellow. So here, I'm purposefully giving you this. That is what we discussed early in the morning regarding method overloading and all that. Okay, so I'm keeping it here. Sorry. It wasn't with that. It was with the override annotation. So don't worry. I'm giving you code which has compiler error for your understanding. Next, let me create a 5.3. Please revise it in the same sequence as we have got. And that is why I prepare a sequence document. So go through sequence, and wherever I'm saying that read this, read that and all, you can think of reading, or you can think of solving the code samples as every day. So now let me not waste time looking at the time. All we have got is 10 minutes left. So you will actually participate. So now, what should I start with? Should I start with a bounded shape, or should I start with circle and rectangle? Everyone knows the answer. You have to start in a top-down manner. So let's do this. What is it we have? I'm saying shapes. App.com is suppose the name of a company, and we are having the core classes as shapes. So let me create a bounded shape here. This is a quick confirmation of all the statements I made. Start. Currently, I have not made it abstract. Let us come to the need of abstraction and we will add it, not blindly. So start with the state. So state means data members. It is always data before the action. And that too, type encapsulation. Okay. Now, so let's start with that. X and Y. So this is the starting point of any bounded shape. Let it be any shape. It requires the starting point. Is everyone 100% clear with the constructor part? If you are, then you generate the constructor. Otherwise, type it out. So here I'm generating, looking at time. See the option source, generate constructor using fields. And I want both the fields, generate. This is all revision. We have been doing it now for last three days at least. The constructor part. You know, any subclass constructor will always have implicitly added super. This is an IDE generated code, so it adds it explicitly. But whether you add it or not, compiler implicitly calls it. Now, tell me, I want to write the toString. So can I use the at override annotation? Of course, yes. Whose version you are overriding? Answer is every class by default extends from object unless otherwise specified. So here you are overriding public class, I'm so sorry, object classes toString. We have done it so many times. Public string, toString, and all I want to return is the XY location, XY. You can format it the way you want it. Currently, I'm not doing that. Are you clear so far? Is everyone clear so far? 100% clear because this is all old stuff, nothing new. So now I'm showing you a trick. If you are saying that, okay, now I can think, I can write toString in the middle of night, then I'll say don't waste your precious time. Generate it from ID. But if you say that, no, I'm still confused in toString, then I'll say give yourself time, a day or two, and then generate. So how do you generate? Source. There is an option generate toString. Okay. So it is asking you which all members you want to represent there. I want both X and Y, and you can simply say generate. And everyone knows about the annotation. Do revise from my readmes. So I'm just changing something here. I don't want this bounded shape to appear. You will know why in a couple of minutes. So this is the class over. I'm so sorry. This is a basic over. But if it is a bounded shape, can you think of an area of a bounded shape? Any bounded shape, the area can be computed. So it is a common functionality. So if there was no abstraction, please mute yourself, somebody. So here, if there was no abstraction, no abstract keywords, what is it I had to write? Public double. I mean, I'm returning the area. And since if I did not have the abstract keyword, I had to write the method definition and return some improbable. No figure has -1 area. Such a ugly code. Such a non-object oriented approach. So Java says, Java means not Java, any object oriented says, don't do this. Instead, add the abstraction. So what is the keyword for that? Abstract. And what is the syntax? Unlike CPP, just terminated by semicolon. So what is it we are achieving? We are writing here simply or okay only method declaration. And any bounded shape, be it a circle, triangle, polygon, rectangle, whatever, any bounded shape, whichever extends from it, will have to either implement, override this functionality by supplying the logic, or that class, that subclass also becomes abstract. Okay, so let's do one thing at a time. So what is the rule? The rule is the moment you add any abstract method, I have to declare the class as an abstract. So just check it. It will tell you the abstract method area in the type bounded shape can only be defined by the abstract class. So compiler is forcing you declare the class as an abstract class. So here is your abstraction at the class level. Okay. So now compiler is satisfied. So see, it is such an easy way to confirm. Anytime you have one or multiple abstract methods, you declare the class. You have to declare the class as an abstract class. Can abstract class contain the state members? Yes. Will you need to supply the constructor? 100% yes, if and only if the state is private. If you make the state as protected, protected keyword, protected members are inherited by subclasses, then you don't require it. Okay, so this is the statement. Can it contain the non-abstract functionality? Very much yes. So I hope you are suitably clear. If not, talk to me in the lab. Next one. Now let us create a circle. So one class I will write fully, other one I'll generate from IDE tools. So here, let me say this. Somebody is on unmute. Please mute yourself. It's circle. And the moment I say extends, what was it? Bounded shape. Immediately, you will get a compiler error. So can anyone tell me why there is a compiler error? I'm looking at your answers. My chat is hung as always. It's not responding. I don't know whether you are writing. So why there is a compiler error? One reason is constructor. You remember whatever we have said. Just give me a minute. It is, not responding. Give me a second here. One issue is, in the meantime, I can still talk to you. One reason is when you don't add any constructor, default constructor is supplied, and that will end up calling the constructor of this. There is no default constructor. Compiler throws you out. So that is a yesterday's reason. That is already known. Anything else you want to add to that? The moment you say a circle class is a non-abstract class, which is the method it has to define? Tell me, area. So because of these reasons, the compiler is shouting. So read that, please. The implicit superclass is not present. And the moment I add that, still it will creep. You see this. So let me now wrap it up, looking at time. So can I have additional? Okay, let me forget that. So what is the complete state of the circle? X, Y, that is your center, origin point, and the radius. So start. This is again a revision. I'm revising it already 20 times. So can you tell me what is it I have to declare here? X, Y, or only radius? I hope everyone is saying only radius. The whole inheritance business is for reducing the redundancy. And what is it I'll have to add is a constructor. So I'm writing a constructor here. You tell me. I just said circle and control space. How many arguments I need to pass? Count and tell. 3 arguments. X, Y, and okay. And still compiler is angry, partially. So what is the first line I'll have to call? Super. And how many arguments I'll have to pass to the superclass constructor? Whatever is the state of the superclass, in short, X, Y. So finally, one error is gone. But are you seeing this? Still compiler is upset with you. See this. It is telling you, now read this. The type circle must implement the inherited abstract method. So it is telling you guys, either make this class abstract and then I'll be quiet, or give me the method implementation. So see this. Everything what I said, you have to confirm. So this is one way out. Continue with the abstraction. Example, employee, manager, sales manager. Employee will be abstract, manager will be abstract, sales manager will be concrete. But here I don't need it. I know how to define the area, how to compute the area of a circle. So we will just ignore the whatever compiler. We will go ahead. So let us give the toString. I'm doing the earlier revision and this, but in a fast manner, knowing time at the rate override. not compulsory but recommended annotation, public string to string, and get me now the complete state details of the circle. So I'll say here return. I want to indicate to the user that it is a circle you are looking at. Now I want to access the XY center origin. How do I do this? I hope you know the answer already. You remember we have super to call the visible members. So super.toString, super keyword 100% required, otherwise recursion. I keep saying the same point 20 times at least. And then you can add radius equal to radius. Okay. Still compiler scribbing because it is we are having an unimplemented method. So the annotation is the same. You are overriding. Whether you are overriding or whether you are implementing some abstract functionality, annotation is at override. So tell me, when I'm overriding implementing an abstract method, what is it I'll have to stick to? The method declaration has to be the same. Method definition you supply as a whole. So which is the keyword which will be gone? Is it an abstract method now or concrete method going to be? It's a concrete method. Guys, please unmute yourself. It is causing so much disturbance. Area and now the compiler error is gone from here because it understands you are trying to implement. Here I just have to add the whatever function. So oh my god. Guys, mute yourself. Somebody's Arpit, I guess. Arpit. Okay, so return. What is the formula of it? Pi into radius square. So there is a constant called as pi, static final constant in math. Look it up because looking at time now I will not waste your time. And you can either use that power function or you can simply use radius into radius. The logic is not so important. So this is one class. If anyone requires any explanation on, meet us in the labs. So this is done where everything I wrote. Now let me generate the rectangle fast. And everything I'm doing it from the IDE. So look at the IDE tricks. So here, of course, not everything can be given by IDE, but at least 80%. What is going to be the super class of rectangle, object or bounded shape? Quickly, it is going to be bounded shape. So see what I'm doing. Here itself, I'm changing the super class. I'm using control space. But today I will suggest you write whole. Don't rely on IDE. Now, see the code it has given me. It knows that you are creating it as a concrete class. I never chose abstract. So it has given me the dummy definition, skeleton code. And now let us be faster. Private, double, say length and breadth or width and height, whatever. I'm going to generate everything to save your time. Generate constructors. And as you can see, it has already selected the superclass constructor. I'll recap it in tomorrow's session or in the labs easily. So it is generated. Can I override the toString here? 100% yes. See this, generate toString. And here, which are the members I want? Width and height. And this earlier, everything I wrote. So this is all about IDE tricks. So rectangle. But rectangle has that top left corner. So here, let me add that super dot toString. And rest of the things coming from the subclass. I'm going fast here because I already explained everything in circle. And which is the method I have to just override, implement in a abstract concrete manner is this method, width into height. Okay. So one class we wrote completely. This is the one which we are which I generated using the IDE tricks. So Only thing which is remaining is writing a tester. I don't want to extend it. Already it is extended by 5-6 minutes. So you can write a tester. I'll add it in a part of lab assignment, lab work. And there you can create the array of bounded shapes. And then you can check in the same for each loop method, you can see the computed area as well as the shapes details. So I don't want to hurry unnecessarily. So today you have got some more idea about downcasting, instance of checking, and towards the end, abstraction. So that will be all for this. Whatever you have not understood, I always revise in the labs and forget about lab because I can handle only one lab at a time. I'm handling currently one lab. So tomorrow, whatever you're still not clear, we will have that. That will be all. See you around in the labs. You're most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.